Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone's well. Liz, Fastidious, Sundown, Sam, Twink, Crimson. Hi, hi. Happy Monday. Happy Remembering Day. Specifically one number. Unfortunately, the number escapes me for now. I hope it comes back. You forgot? What is it you forgot? Oh, to remember? See, I forgot too. Twice. Let us find where I have this installed. There you are. Hello. Decrease that, pause that, close this, close this, close this. There's our volume. Greet. Groat. Every time it does it, I just instantly... Brain goes, must click, must click, must click. So where were we? We talked about... God, what were we even talking about? What were we even talking about for like an hour and a half? Last stream. Someone sent a video and we got onto that. What was that? What caused that? Everything? I feel like there was like a specific like catalyst. Because there was like a solid hour and a half we were on the same dialogue box. I feel like one of them was an hour. I thought we lost like 9:45 to 10:45. Oh, as is tradition, everyone. Hi, Yoshi. I hope you're well. Happy New Year 2028. I think it's so incredible that you've gotten around this far in 3 years of playing this game, or being able to play this game. My New Year's resolution in 2028 is to hopefully play hopefully start Tears of the Kingdom. And maybe we'll finally do what's another game I've been promising for a while. Maybe we'll finally beat Zonky Zero this year. Hyrule's in danger. Which ones mentions April? FE Marathon. There it is. Unfortunately, it doesn't pop up on the overlay. I more or less remember... Oh, right. At the very end, we were trying to finish this dialogue box set, but I couldn't because I had to go. I more or less remember Sphia, but it might be that there's something I'm forgetting. I apologize for only being able to respond with such irresponsibly unhelpful answers. If I remember anything, I'll tell you right away. About the shelter cabin, did anything important happen? I don't think there's been any big changes. Yomagi-san and Uni are just lazing about. Hey Yosh, hope you're well. Only Lynn is emotionally unstable, but that's normal for her. There isn't really anything important I have to tell you at the moment. With that ends my replies to the questions you've asked me, Kokoro. I've answered everything that was within the scope of my knowledge. After that, there's the timing of our transfers. Thanks, you were really helpful. Thanks to you, I now know that the transfer times I recorded in yours are more or less the same. Tentatively, the transfer times that I've checked go something like this. 1. Transfer to the shelter cabin. 140. Return to Sphia. 603. Transfer to the shelter cabin. Blank. Return to Sphia. 733. Transfer to the shelter cabin. 806. Return to Sphia. Just watched a friend play Remember11 for 4 hours. Excited to watch you play Remember11 for 4 hours. Yosh, I'll give you one chance to amend that message. You forgot a specific word somewhere in there, or a specific word that needs to be slightly altered, and then you got it nailed down. There will be no tangents. Ooh, unfortunately, Yosh. He'd be breaking rule 4 by insisting upon that. I don't know what rule it is. It's just one of the rules. Only sines and cosines. No judgment this week? The plan is right now. I gotta message Crit and see what he's doing. If he's playing Resident Evil on like Wednesday, Thursday-ish, I'm only gonna have one Yakuza stream, so we're gonna be doing Kiwami 2's DLC because apparently I've never done it. And then if I have 2 days, we'll do Kiwami 2's DLC, and then we're gonna do Judgment. But Friday I'm not streaming because Aether's doing Resident Evil 1. So I'm moving my off day to Friday temporarily. Well, for the time being. I'm not gonna say temporarily. It might stay there. Who knows? Please don't mind the PM in the 4th one. At the time, I was in the dark, running away from someone with a knife. I didn't have the opportunity to check the time. I don't know yet whether there's a rule about the timing of the transfers. The only thing I can say for sure is that you and I both transfer into each other's bodies at the same time. With that, please continue checking the time from here on out, too. It's not like we have a big sample to work with after all. Sample, a statistics term, meaning a collection of data not representative of the whole population, but a subsection of it. Yosh isn't telling you not to have tangents. He's actually psychic and knows that mysteriously there aren't any today for some weird reason, and we're both kind of concerned about it. I told you I don't want to be in the video game, okay? I'm not going through a time paradox. And lastly, about your body, don't worry. I'll protect it no matter what. I take it upon myself to always repay favors. As I continue to read the contents of the message, I feel disappointed. Just remembering it makes my cheeks turn red. I think I should tell him to be mindful of other people's eyes as well. And in the first place, Kokoro and I have a connection that can't be severed. I just noticed it now, but it seems that I, without you, am just me. Either way, the fact that I'm me doesn't change. Oh, great. But even so, when you're there, I feel like I can be more like myself. There's a 4-character Chinese idiom that goes like that. Do you know it? Oh, God. Sekiju Kansai. Today's Monday again. Red accepts blue entirely is what it means. Maybe I've been trapped by the phenomenon myself. Of course, it's because you're here that this phenomenon came into existence in the first place, though. Red accepts blue entirely? What is Satoru trying to say? I have no idea. Red accepts blue entirely. I just don't know. Red and blue. Aka and Owl. Is it referring to Mount Akakura and Osagi Island? Is it about our personality exchange? I wish you'd write in a way that's a little easier to understand. Sorry, that was a little much, huh? Anyway, I definitely won't let you die, no matter what. So try to relax somehow. Believe in me. I'll double my 12,004... Oh, right. Yeah, right. I'll double my 12,430 meters worth of appreciation and pay it all back to you. Huh? I noticed it after reading up to here. Satoru didn't answer all of my questions. About the newspaper, about uni, he didn't even touch upon those two subjects. Why is that? Why didn't he write anything? I don't think he simply forgot. Maybe there's a reason for not answering? Oh, that's right. There's one thing I want to say. It might be rude to say something like this, but Kokoro's drawing was the work of a prodigy. Well, then later, didn't I just draw like a circle? I drew a circle. I did try to give it an artistic touch, but this is the first time someone's called me a prodigy. What? I don't really understand, but it seems my drawing really left a deep impression on Satoru. I think he's a little easily impressed, ma'am. There's no reason getting praised should make me feel bad. Harboring a slight complacent feeling in my heart, I once again lie down on the bed. While holding my knees, I continually take in deep, deep breaths. With the exhaustion having worn down my body, those deep breaths soon change into sleeping breaths. The third day. Bum, bum, bum. The desire to change. Oh, here we go. A new box. Dream titles day 4. Silly game. Hey, look, what a good stopping point, Yosh. You know what? If you want to try to tell Soy that I'm going to be 10 to 15 minutes late to play a video game on our anniversary, you can attempt that. I have decided to keep on living today and last time. When I wake up, I'm in bed at the cabin. I fell asleep at Svea last night. It's obvious that the personality exchange occurred while I was sleeping and I've returned to this cabin. Perhaps the exchange happened 3, 5, or even 7 times or more. What's certain is that the number of times it took place was odd. Wow. I mean, rule number... What rule is it? Hold on. If you would all kindly scroll down beneath the stream, you'll see in rules... number, oh, it's not even 4, it's like 5, it's rule number 7. What's certain is that the number of times it took place was odd. Since I was sleeping, the exchange phenomenon might have occurred dozens of times, as I simply wouldn't have noticed. There are still so many riddles surrounding this phenomenon. By the way, what time is it now? I look at my wrist, but my watch isn't there. Satoru must have taken it off again. Sigh. He's definitely doing it on purpose. As I grub about with resentment, I find the wristwatch lying on the corner of the bed. 9:20. That's 9:20 in the morning, of course. Hearing a sound, I raise my body and see Yomogi standing before the entrance. He's carrying some fairly heavy equipment. Yomogi gives me a fleeting glance and opens the door. He doesn't explain any further. With that, he heads out. The nearly dazzling light of the morning sun shines in through the crack of the door. I gasp. That's good. That's convenient. I hurry out of bed and dash outside. Man, it's still gonna be cold. It's a magnificent scene. The deep blue sky feels so close you could reach out and touch it. The pure white snow sparkles in the sunlight. A great number of peaks extend far away. To the left of the shelter cabin, to the east, the summit goes on like a slightly elevated hill. Seeing such scenery makes me think about how cruelly tiny my own existence is. The shape of Yomogi in the pure white snowfield stands out clearly. I shout to Yomogi's back, but he doesn't look back and instead continues marching on due south. A cold wind shakes me up as I cut through the snow. My whole body trembles. I hold myself tight with both arms. I return to the cabin in a hurry as I become aware that I'm not even wearing a coat. Great work. Where does Yomugi plan on going? He's by no means the kind of person who would run away by himself. Maybe he's going to call for help. Suddenly I remember. Didn't Yomugi say that he would try to get to the crash site if the weather cleared up? Anywho, I have to chase after him. I go down to the basement to search for equipment to help me walk through the snowy mountain. However, I have no idea how to put on any mountain climbing equipment. Oh, accepted. Never mind. For the time being, I decided to take the things which catch my eye. I put on a wool sweater and as an extra layer, then some gloves. There's an ice axe, which I decided to take two for some reason. Oh, I'm sure this won't come in handy. A mountaineering tool used for aid and balance to create footholds, security to prevent the climber from slipping. The head is comprised of a blade and pick, to which a shaft and a spike with a spike at the base is fastened. And I'm gonna be honest, if you have to climb anywhere, you're going to die. It's the weapon I used in Elden Ring for a bit. We have a 4-player co-op game going on right now. And one of my buddies is dual wielding the ice axe. Can't believe they spell it without the E at the end for act. Isn't there a difference between the two? Hold on. One's like, it's like British or something. Oh. No, it's American. What? American is AX. British is AXE. I think the AI is wrong here. I just realized that was the AI overview. I'm going to immediately assume that's wrong. I definitely prefer with the E. Oh, yep. Okay. Well, would you believe it that the AI thing was incorrect? Okay. If Noah Webster had his way, the spelling divide would have been as it is with color, with color, theater, draft, draught, and all the different, like, you know, like British to American versions with like a U or the ER switched. He defined axe, AX, in his 1828 An American Dictionary of the English Language and included the note improperly written as axe with an E. This was in direct defiance of Samuel Johnson's 1755 A Dictionary of the English Language, which wasted no ink on the shorter form but included only axe. Webster favored spellings that more closely reflected the pronunciation, and if they were backed by etymology, so much the better. Axe without the E had both going for it. The E doesn't do anything, and none of the word's ancestors, all these other words that I can't pronounce, argue well for an E after it. So then why did the E win? Oh, okay. No, there's no explanation. Explain axle then? Axle, I don't think has the same root as axe. Would be my guess to this situation. Why did Axe had some good without the E, had some good years in the late 20th century, but evidence those words are way too big. With an E is taking the lead as the 21st century makes its way through its third decade. Some major publications do prefer the shortened spelling. The Associated Press, Time, and New York Times all favor the shorter. The longer form prevails overall. Oh, these people say it's twofold. One is the 1993 movie So I Married an Axe Murderer, spells it with an E, followed by Axe body spray in the US. Made AXE the more popular form. Okay, well, who would have known? I thought it was just the British versus American thing. Apparently it's not. Axe makes it feel more like a word, but yeah. I only saw his axe as a kid. Really? Interesting. I also found some rope, but it's considerably heavy. With my strength, it seems impossible to walk while carrying it. This much should be fine for now. Next, the coat. I'll borrow Mayuzumi's coat.
ちょっとどうしたのよ
I'm stealing your coat. Please do not resist. Mayuzumi has gotten up. Yuni has raised himself in the bed, rubbing his drowsy
あのおっ
eyes.
さんはどこ行ったのまさかあんたら自分だけ逃げ出そうとか思ってるんじゃないで
Please
しょう
shut
ね
the fuck up and give me your coat. She spouts all that in one breath. Without answering, I pick up the coat placed on the bed.
ゆずみさん、コート借りますね。
Excellent work, Kokoro.
聞いてんの
No. She grabs my shoulder roughly. Okay, well, I throw a left hook. Ignore. We'll explain to her what's going on. We'll be
落ち着い
polite.
てください。これから墜落現場に行ってきます。前によもぎさんが言ってたでしょ
See, she'll understand if we explain it.
無線機か何かがあるかもしれないからって。
そうだっけ
That is so.
そうなんです。
Mayuzumi lets go
あ
of
んた
me.
も行くの
I nod.
よもぎさん一人じゃ大変でしょうから。みんなで力を合わせないと。
I also am probably gonna lose him at this rate because we're talking so long. Mayuzumi snorts. It sounds kind of sarcastic. Really?
必ず戻ってきます。それまでユニのことお願いします。
戻ってこなかったら
戻ります。絶対に。
Mayuzumi sighs and returns to her bed.
お土産期待してるわ
She says bluntly. I put on the coat that I borrowed from Mayuzumi. I can't say that my countermeasures against the cold are perfect, but there's nothing more to be done. The weather outside is clear, so I shouldn't freeze to death. Affirming this to myself, I go outside. Yomigi's figure has already become as small as a grain of rice. Can I catch up?
待って
I shout in a loud voice while furiously waving. Yomigi turns this way.
ー。ください。
Hurriedly, I take my first step into the snowfield. My feet plunge into the snow. It's deeper than I thought. I frantically advance, following the trail Yomogi has rustled while also making use of the ice axe I took. How? Okay, still, I become all sweaty before catching up with Yomogi. And yet, the distance I've covered is just about 200 meters. It's so difficult walking through the snow. I'm so hot that I want to take this coat back off. I want to drop into the snow and feel its coldness on my face. Yomogi is waiting silently. I managed to catch my breath.
行くんですよね。墜落現場。私も一緒に。
However, Yomogi's face is calmer than ever. He shakes his head a bit.
小屋に戻れ。戻れと言ってるんだよ。
なんでですか。
危険だからだ。
でもこんなに晴れてるし。
Yomogi's look is immovable. A sharp scowl is directed at
山
me.
の天気は変わりやすい。常識だ。知ってるだろう。それに。
Yomogi pauses, then averts his eyes.
なんでもない。
でも
足手まといになるだけなんだ。今すぐ帰れ。
Yomogi's tone is stern. Immovable like a mountain. Stern like a mountain. And with that, he starts to walk. Like a mountain? With a strong pace, he pushes his way through the snow. I hesitate over what to do. What Yomogi says is certainly correct. If a young girl like me who doesn't know about traversing snowy mountains were to follow him, she'd probably just be a hindrance. It would be too dangerous, but so is going alone. Anyhow, as I return to the cabin, all I can think about are negative things. I'm not the greatest thinker. I've done nothing but think these past 2 days. It seems that my mind has finally gone funny. I'll feel at ease again if I move at least a little. Here's like an actual choice. Alright, if I run after him, I almost certainly die, so let's run after
そう
him.
よ。じっとしてるなんて私らしくないもんね。
I want to see what he finds there. Even if that means I have to loop.
えいえいあー。
Hey! Oh! I pull myself together and run after Yomogi. Human and heart. Oh yeah, we're dying in a fucking blizzard today, boys. I'm out of breath. The breath leaking from my mouth turns white and dissipates in the cold air. Yomagi doesn't say anything else about me following him. However, he doesn't wait for me either. Being a professional mountaineer, he pushes through the snow with quick steps. Speaking of, hold on. I meant to say this earlier. Sam, Liz, I am so sorry to hear your basement flooded. Hope everything's all right, and I know it's not, but I hope it's a quick and easy fix as it can be. Why would we die in a blizzard? I don't know. Maybe one of the alternate dimensions is like fusing with our current one. And in that one, it's snowing all the time. Jesus Christ. All right. Being a professional mountaineer, he pushes through the snow with quick steps. Even though I'm only following the path he's formed through rustling, it takes all my strength just to keep up. I lose my footing and fall face first into the snow. So cold. When I raise my head, I see Yomagi extending an arm to me. I managed to stand up with Yomagi's help. Placing my hands on my knees to support myself, I slowly regain my breath. Since it was never settled, I've been curious since yesterday. It's about yesterday afternoon. About the newspaper which had a report about the plane crash printed with a date from the future. And then suddenly Uni had said... I transferred right after he said that, so I missed hearing what he said next. Yomagi shrugs his shoulders. Ah! Give me something.
Jordan? Yuniがそう言ったんですか?
いや、
問い詰めなかったの?
問い詰めると言ってもな。
Yomagi looks as if he's having trouble saying it.
考えられないだろう。本物のわけがない。
Yomagi probably doesn't want to believe those lies written in the newspaper either. That's why I don't want a prolonged discussion of this subject. Yomagi leaves my side and begins walking ahead more quickly. Unsatisfied with his answers, I follow behind him. Oh! Oh my! Well, that's a little grotesque. It's a disastrous sight that makes me want to cover my eyes. Unable to form any words, I collapse where I stand. Yeah, were we not expecting to see, like, bodies? Yomagi mutters unpleasantly. However, I can no longer hear his words. I'm beaten down by the cruel spectacle spread out in front of my eyes. The airplane has lost its original form and lies broken in pieces. All heart, no brain. Around the area are several black lumps half buried in the snow. Us? Yes. Kokoro? Absolutely not. Dead bodies. A number of carbonized corpses are lying around. Their arms are stretched out as if reaching for something. There are those who have lost all semblance of human form, twisted into strange shapes. There are those with the body completely severed at the chest or waist. They are all like marionettes, frozen stiff. It is a mere illusion that this silvery landscape is beautiful. At the very least, there's nothing beautiful about the place I'm in now. Dark gestalt. A carpet of white smothers the lamplight of life. The scene spread out before us is a world of death and a world of nothingness. Only a heartless silence exists here. Maybe I'll turn to charcoal as well and be laid across this world of death. The fear I felt in the accident comes back to me once again, and then I feel it. An image I haven't seen until now. The image of death. And I feel a chill run down my spine. Unable to bear it any longer, I turn my back to the corpses. From deep in my throat, hot gastric juice begins to churn. I try to endure it, but what I thought I'd turn my back on is in front of me as well. True, she needed those carbs. Yeah, because we didn't get to eat yesterday much, did we? We had a candy. Right, we had a candy. Right in front of me, a single slender finger sticks up from under the fallen snow. I vomit and pant heavily, my shoulders heaving, but Yomiki doesn't condemn me at all. He walks around the area, looking at the corpses without changing his expression. I can't do anything but stare emptily. Yeah, what? Okay. At his movements. A mist clouds my thoughts, like a thin veil has been suspended inside my head. My mind is completely blank. My body continues to shake from the mixture of fear, sadness, and nausea. Hey, kiddo. 25-cent word. Every once in a while, I'll read a word and I'll say it out loud, and then I'll just have like a little crisis where I'm like, that's not how that's said. And it's like a word you've like said your whole life. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what that means. Emptily sounds like a word of the day. Yeah, it kind of does. As a result of a search, Yomugi is able to find a satellite phone and wireless radio in the wreckage.
やっぱり無線機は壊れてるよ。
All right, all we gotta do is dial the cell phone 1,000,000 times. Look, yeah. Yomugi reports each of his findings as if to confirm that I'm still
衛星
conscious.
電話は無事なようだが、やはり新聞記事は正しかったみたいだ。うんともすんとも言わない。
I'm not in any condition to reply. Ignoring Yomugi's voice, I crouch down, unmoving, hugging my knees. The search also yields slightly frozen food and a one-eared and slightly burnt teddy bear. There are also a few coats that still look usable. Yomugi also seems to have found the bag he checked at the luggage counter of the boarding gate. And one more thing.
こいつは
What he picks up from under the snow is a plastic file with a black cover. Yomugi's expression suddenly alters. With frighteningly sharp eyes, he looks at the contents of the file. It's mine, isn't it? Yeah, my file. The file with the collected information about the serial killer Inubushi Keiko. It survived, unburned. Even finding something like that probably won't be of any use whatsoever. Yomugi continues to read through it as though devouring its contents. Does he have an interest in Inubushi Keiko as well? After a while, Yomugi closes the file. He was just scavenging with a disinterested look, but now he wears an expression of suffering. Unchanging, he quietly puts the file away in his backpack.
そろそろ戻るか。
He says, walking over to where I
それ
am.
なりに収穫もあった。もう十分だろう。
Even if we have gathered a few things, it's hardly enough to rejoice over.
なら
Oh, Kokoro. You're not gonna be able to dig a grave for everybody here. Although that's exactly what she would do, so I'm gonna make her do it.
お墓を作ってあげないと。みんなのお墓を。
I muster my will and stand.
やめとけ。無駄なことだ。
そんな言い方。
Unstopped, I glare at Yomugi. And I see him biting his lip, his expression unpleasant.
よもぎさん。
生きて帰らなくちゃならないんだ。それが生き残った僕たちの義務なんだ。だからやめとけ。
I look around the crash site again. Aren't they entitled to even a little dignity after death? Must they always be spread across the freezing mountain, their pitiful bodies exposed to the ravages of the cold? There's no way. There's no way I can just abandon them. Kokiri. Not Kokiri. Kokoro. Zelda build. I would assume in real life they would send helicopters after, you know, if it was clear, to a plane crash site, especially if they knew where it was, and they'd probably recover all the bodies and identify them there. But damn. Damn. They should at least be able to sleep in peace after suffering such an agonizing death. Soon, we just gotta get out of here. Feels like this is also a responsibility of ours as survivors.
やっぱり私お墓作ります
Oh. Yomigi looks astonished. Oh, we're gonna do it. Okay, here we go. I find a suitable place and start digging a hole with the ice axe. Time to reload and invalidate your choice. Well, yeah, I you know, the other one. There's the other option. The snow becomes harder the deeper I dig. Underneath the layer of soft snow on top is a hard ice bank. At first I thought that compared to soil, snow would be easier to dig up. That was a naive thought. Yomigi silently helps me. Regardless, with only a single ice axe, our efficiency is horrible. Even with two of us, digging a hole large enough to fit a human being's remains is no easy task. In the end, digging a single hole that can bury several bodies takes well over an hour. I've decided to compromise by burying the body that's fallen closest to me. The body is completely black, carbonized and stiff, with its hands reaching towards the sky. I'm gonna bury you now, so... Steeling myself, I place my hands under the armpits of the corpse. Thinking that I'll pull it into the hole. I put some... Oh, you're gonna rip the arms off. Oh, this is gonna be horrifying. Okay. I put some strength into it. At that moment, they're gonna fucking snap off. Hey, Sarah. I hope you're well. The corpse's arms, like those of a wax doll, break off and crumble. Yeah. Kokoro is not having a great week. Panicking, I hurl the black arm I'm holding. My spine freezes at the frailty of the human body and at the act of throwing away the arm. Even if you try to persuade and control it with reason, the body will still move on reflex. Once again, the acid starts to well up from my throat. Is one way to put it. I fall where I'm standing. Tears start to flow. I went on and on about preserving their dignity only to end up desecrating them myself. I did something so cruel to them. I'm a hypocrite. My resolve was weak. For all my arrogance, they were just empty words. I resented my own pitiful self. Yomigi neither condemns nor encourages me. He only remains indifferent. It may only be my imagination, but it feels like he's given up on everything. His lack of criticism only knocks me down even further. What is this song? Q. I feel like we've heard this. We have. I know that, right? I know we have. The wordless corpses are undoubtedly blaming me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The tears won't stop. Beside the place I'm crouching, the wind blows. The broken pieces of those who were once human beings begin to crumble and scatter, dancing on the wind. Oh, here we go. Live Coco. Yeah. What did I say the chapter was? Meaning of life and a decision. This can only end well. So went out to kill them. You know, just your average, like, Your average January 11th type thing. And she's stuck with Mayasumi. The chapter titles would be nicer, except there's a character limit that owns the English ones hard. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Gotta fit whatever they had in their chapter titles in only a couple words. But when the cabin comes into view, we feel relieved. I am in my head. Yeah, it could. I was considering what the snow load would be. And how much they should probably consider knocking some of the snow off of the roof. But the fact it's arched is I'm not calculating that. It's a pain in the ass. We still have a place to return to. It's probably built for it. Easy. We have a place to survive in this ruthless sub-zero world. In front of the cabin, Mayazumi and Uni are waiting. In spite of the shiver-inducing cold, they come outside just to welcome us back. Uni is waving to us. Seeing that, Yomugi breaks into a smile. Looking triumphant, he raises a hand high, just like a child. Perhaps by doing that in his own way, he's trying to endure the sadness. Yomugi brings out the worn-out teddy bear from within his backpack. Character count, our beloved. Yeah, yeah, true. He tosses it to Uni. Oh, that bear has seen better days. Actually, you know what? For a plane crash, that's pretty intact. Catching it and holding it tightly, Uni's face shines. Tuberculosis? Anyway. Uni hugs the toy tightly. He seems so happy. I think everybody made that joke. Excellent. I've plugged it directly into the hive mind. Uni runs around on the snow while dancing with the teddy bear. He's in very high spirits. And while still watching Uni, Yomugi whispers in my ear. Though I answer him thus, I can't recover so easily. The scene I saw at the crash site is scorched into my eyes and won't go away. I slip past the three of them and enter the cabin. What joke? It said, Uni said, my TB. And I said, tuberculosis. And Yosh was saying everyone makes that joke. From outside the door, I can only hear their voices. Forgot tuberculosis is abbreviated like TB. I thought it was a cute name. Womp womp. Are you bullying a child? Kuma-san. I lie down on the top. It's a lamp. I had to see what that was. I lie down on the top bunk bed. I can't laugh innocently like them. Right. I suddenly remember I'll try listening to the voice recorder. Maybe it contains a new message from Satoru. They're laughing, so it's fine. Probably. Yeah, you know. What's the worst that could happen? But there aren't any newly recorded messages. I close my eyes. I don't want to think about anything right now. The reality of the death of 27 people. The reality that I survived. Pitch black corpses, carbonized and rigid. Corpses without faces. Torsos sunk into their chests. Abdomens torn apart. Feet hanging from branches. Their tragic shapes, stripped of human dignity, strewn around, run through my mind. And suddenly, their faces change into my own. Get rid of that image, I hold my head and shake it. I could have ended up that way too. Tomorrow, it might even still happen. Yamagi behaves as cheerfully as possible. That's his utmost effort to not give up all hope. He's pretty strong, I'd say, but I tremble at the fear of death. Even more so than we thought, we're standing at the very edge of the abyss of death. I don't want to die. I want to live. I don't know how long this weather will hold out. I really hope help comes before it gets bad again. Quickly, help us.
こんにちは。僕、テディベアの TV だよ。
Before I realize it, Uni and the teddy bear are peeking out from under the top bunk. The round eyes of the teddy bear are looking at me. He quickly bows.
ひひひ。かわいいでしょ。
Uni smiles sweetly. My chest tightens.
かごめかごめ。後ろの正面だれ。
Right, it's the song.
ねえ、どうしてそんな悲しそうな顔してるの？
Instantly, both of you.
具合悪いの？
I firmly hug Uni, who's looking at me worriedly.
大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。
Do I remember the next lyrics? Nope.
心。絶対に帰ろうね。
We have to live. For the 27 people who died, we have to survive. The teddy bear between Uni and me makes a high-pitched squeak as it presses against our stomachs. Suddenly, that cry is very far away. Meow. Oh, wow, that was quick. One big straight line for the flowchart. At this point, I'm committed to this bit. Downvoting this child. Uni's done nothing wrong yet. I'm sure he will. Struggling to fit out the... Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm standing in the Sphia living area. Hotori is standing right in front of me. I transferred. I sigh. I hate all this. I want a break. I want to be fast asleep in my warm bed at home. Regardless, I'm not allowed to complain. I know that.
わかってるけど。
I feel like complaining a little. Somehow, I shore up my nearly withered willpower. In order to check the time, I make for Satoru's room. Well, that's not good. Surprised, I turn around to face Hotori. Her shoulders are heaving, and the breaths she's taking are ragged. She tears at her black hair and violently shakes her head. Oh, this is bad. I've seen something like this once before. A scream rises from her. It's exactly the same as when she went berserk before. Hotori is visibly trembling, as though having convulsions. From behind her disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes peer out, but not focusing. Drool dribbles from her mouth. Staggering, Hotori collapses on the desk where the computer monitor is sitting. Monitor falls to the ground. With a beastly roar, Hoturi raises a chair over her head. Oh! Jesus fucking Christ! Panicked, I jump back. Where in the delicate body has she found the power to lift up a chair with one hand? Yeah, damn, fuck me, that'd be tough. Well, I mean, that quick. Good artwork. You love to see a girl bossing. All right. Humans in a state of mental confusion, I hear somewhere, are capable of drawing out strength several times greater than normal. It's the so-called hysterical strength. People, in order to not end up destroying themselves with their own physical power, usually save their energy. But in a state of psychological upset, cut free from their chains of reason, one can enter a state close to acting on sheer instinct alone. When the limiter called reason is released, one has the potential to draw out a normally unthinkable superhuman strength. I bite my lip. At any rate, this can't be good. Utsumi comes out of her room. Her eyes widen upon hearing Hoturi's alarming state. After stopping Utsumi, I carefully distance myself from Hoturi. And then Hoturi abruptly throws the chair. If that hits me, I'm done for. Fend it off with my hands. You guys want to get another ending? To fuck. I immediately knocked down. Wait, it works? I immediately knocked down the chair with my hand. Dull pain runs through my left hand. I unintentionally ended up using my dominant arm, forgetting that Satoru's left arm is injured. Luckily, it looks like the painkillers are still in effect. It isn't very painful, but I injured Satoru's body yet again. I can't believe that worked. Let's tech it. Hearing that maddened groaning, I return to my senses. Hotsuri moans, grinding her teeth. Clasping her head in her hands, she looks towards the ceiling. No, her eyes are reflecting nothing. I get concerned. In this state, there's a risk that Hotori will bite through her tongue. I don't have any time to waste. I've got to calm her down somehow. Readying myself, I jump at Hotori. Oh, I'll calm her down. I extend my left arm to pin her down. This isn't going to help her stop. Okay, well, let's see how this goes. My body doesn't move the way I intended to. I have almost no feeling in my left arm. Before I realize, Hotori has landed a punch on my face. Almost staggering, I somehow stand firm and endure it. It doesn't hurt that much. Psyching myself up, I measure my distance from Hotori. Then Hotori incoherently swings both her hands. She throws punches in every direction, but unfaltering, I seize Hotori's wrists. She seems so frail. No, that's not it. Because this is Satoru's body, I'm much stronger. However, no matter how strong I am, holding down a girl gone berserk isn't easy. Moreover, I have only the use of my right hand. If I don't do this right, I'll hurt not only myself, but Hotori as well. Resolutely, I hold Hotori's slender body in a tight grip. I feel her violently shaking through my body as well. Even so, Hotori struggles with her entire body, randomly striking my shoulders and head. Hotori's body is small. I wonder if I feel that way because I'm in Satoru's body. Hotori is very fragile, almost like she'll break if I use any more strength. Because this is Satoru's body, adjusting the power that I use is difficult. Being careful not to hurt her, I hold fast to her. I wonder how long this has gone on. Eventually, the screams begin to die down, and their breathing quiets as well. Drained of strength in my arms, Hotori calms down. Supporting the unconscious Hotori, I take her to the bed in her room. Utsumi and Yuni help me as well. Utsumi gives me a warm smile. It's a bit embarrassing, but this is not the time to be relieved. I've witnessed Hotori's outbursts twice, despite my limited time in this body. Perhaps her fits are occurring more frequently. Hotori equals Inubushi diagnosed with DID. If her mental condition becomes unstable, it wouldn't be strange for her to change personalities. And if Inubushi Keiko awakens, thinking that, a cold chill runs up my spine. Blinking in surprise, she looks up at
大
us.
丈夫？小鳥ちゃん。
I dare to call her name. I get to confirm she is Hotori. She responds to my call with a slight nod. What a relief. She's Hotori. She pulls the sheets tightly around herself and begins to tremble again.
ホスが。
Still tense, Hotori shakes her head at us. She gets up and furiously rubs at her upper arms. She opens her mouth as if in appeal.
どうしたの？
She's trying to talk. Even though she's opening her mouth, no voice comes out. Then she
これ
frowns.
使えば？
Yunie's holding a notepad. After taking it, Hotori begins to write with a shaky hand. Her strokes are weak, maybe there's no strength in her hand. On the note that she hands back, only one word is written. Cold.
寒いの？でも。
The air conditioning in this room is working. It should be moderately warm. But Hotori certainly appears to feel cold. Her lips are a ghastly blue, her teeth chattering against each
暖
other.
房を強くするわ。
Saying that, Utsumi leaves the room. Hotori clings to me and tightly squeezes my hand. I smile and squeeze back in
大
return.
丈夫だよ。何の心配もいらないから。
I'm telling myself that as well. Still holding Hotori's hand, I sit down on the edge of the bed. I take a breath.
ねえ、小鳥ちゃんはいつこの施設に来たの？
Hotori silently shakes her head. Looks like she doesn't know. If she's the alternative personality of Inabushi Keiko, I guess there's no helping it. I've never met the Inabushi Keiko personally. Nope, let me try that again. I've never met the Inabushi Keiko personality. Having enough central heating systems does make it cold inside. Beautiful. Oh, I love the cold. Even though I've already been experiencing the exchange phenomenon for 3 days now, it seems Inabushi has never awakened during that time. Does Inabushi Keiko really have the ID? A file. That file Yomagi found at the crash site. I need to reread it one more time. Fuck. What kind of girl is the Suzukage Hotori personality? It might be recorded somewhere. I've got to confirm it. Instinctively, I give a worn-out sigh. I've been sighing a lot recently. There are so many things I don't understand, and on top of those mysteries, even more problems are showing up now, and I end up shelving the others. What should I do? Hotori pulls in my hand. She's writing something down on the notepad again. Looking down at it, I can see the words Red Room have been written there.
赤い部屋？
Oh,
どういうこと？
do you just live in Silent Hill? Hotori continues writing. She struggles considerably to write even one character. Warm, Saul, red light, room. Okay.
小鳥って字下手くそだね。
That was Uni? I thought it was... Oh my god. Okay. Now he's in on this.
そういうこと言うのはやめなさい。なんで怒ってるのさ。怒ってません。
After uttering those curt words, I turn back to Hotori's note and read over it again. The fragmentary state of the writing is probably due to how much Hotori is shaking. She can't even write straight. She looks unwell, too.
赤い部屋を見たのね。どこで？スフィアで？
Hotori weakly shakes her head. Looks like she doesn't know. At least it appears it's not in Sphia. Like why her handwriting's bad? Or that the newspaper's real? As far as I know, this facility doesn't have any red rooms. Hotori eagerly writes a continuation of the note. Cold, dark, locked up, all alone. Red room, enter. There, Hotori hangs her head, all worn out. The pen falls to the
無
floor.
理しないで。
I lay Hotori down on the bed. She docilely complies. The words Hotori wrote, they somehow ring a bell. The red room, is it the scenery from inside Hotori's heart? Or could it be something she feels she saw within her mind? It's said when people with DID switch personalities, the personality that disappears feels like it was left alone in a dark room. That feeling, isn't it the sense of cold, dark, locked up, and alone like Hotori said? And when the switch occurs, the surfacing personality moves from the darkness to a bright room. It's not actually a bright room, but she's completely incapable of expressing it any other way. That room, in other words, seems to be a part of the symbolic scenery related to the physical world. Depending on the patient, it may not be a bright room, but can be represented with another figurative expression. Spotlight. If, to Hotori, that's the red room, it's a typical DID case. But Hotori can't understand that she has DID, so she's confused. I'm sure she's suffering even more than I am. I want to somehow ease her pain, but with my strength like this, I can do no more than keep holding her hand like
大
this.
丈夫だよ
Just one more time, I remember those same words. But nothing more than mere consolation, but I can't help saying
大
them.
丈夫だからね
Otori's hand strongly grips mine back. Spent too much money on emptily. Could not afford that one. Yeah. Had to get the budget back somewhere. The emptily DLC. Then abruptly, the feeling of that hand vanishes for a single instant. Oh, goodbye. Do you believe?
恋愛運あんまり良くないね
Do you believe in fate? Anyway, I'm gonna go get some water, especially because like this is the perfect like pause point to do that. So I will be back in like a minute or two. In the meantime, to add a Fisher. Ugh. So, Fate Stay Night, great game. Aren't those like porn games? Isn't that like the big joke that the huge like Fate universe spawned out of porn games? Only on first release and only in Japan, possibly Europe. I'll be honest, the amount of areas has rapidly increased over the course of that sentence. Your future concerning love won't be very good. Okay, here we go. Hotori's hand has changed into that of Uni. No, that's wrong. Uni is holding my hand and gazing at my palm. Fixedly gazing at my palm.
何してるの？何？わ、ボケボケだよ、サトル。は？
Looking at me as I incline my head at him, Uni suddenly gets
ただ
upset.
な、手相見てあげるって言ったでしょ。サトルに？他に誰がいるのさ。あのサトルはね。
I don't dislike fortune telling. When they do the fortune telling countdown on the morning news, I unconsciously watch it. Girls are like that. But I thought Satoru would be the type who opposes divination. He definitely seems like the kind of person to complain, saying stuff like, "Where's the scientific proof?" So I'm a little surprised. He takes a hard look at my
もしか
face.
して心に戻ったの？
With his eyes wide, carefully observing my expression, he
そ
says,
っか。ねえ、占い続けていい？
Astrologians. Yes, Mercury is in retrograde today. Therefore, please buy 3 quarts of my essential oils. For good luck.
途中でやめるのも気持ち悪いからさ。そうね。あ、ちょっと待って。
They're so good for you. They're essential. First, I had to confirm the time. As I thought, the wristwatch isn't here. Yet again, he removed the watch from my right arm. Mercury is near the star Regulus. You had that on fucking lock. That was Red Wolf of Radigan in Elden Ring. Where is it this time? I checked in my pocket. Not here. The ladder, the bunk bed? Not here. Turning my head around, I surveyed the place. Found it. The stuffed teddy bear on the chair. The neck is wrapped around the neck of the watch. What? The watch is wrapped around the neck of the plush toy. I take it off and put it back on my wrist. Damn it! Next time I'll definitely tell him a thing or two. It's 2:28.
心。え？ああ、はいはい。手相だったよね。うん。続けさせてくれる？
Tell him to try reading Mayuzumi's palm. No, I don't. I would like you to read my palm, please. I think that now isn't the time for something so easygoing, but I reflexively nod at Uni's eager expression.
じゃあ、お願いするね。
Uni. Right. Okay. So, this is... Put on the tinfoil hat, okay? This is solely from playing the other games that I'm saying this. But whenever the camera turns to show another character like this, or sorry, not to show another character, to show us, whether that's Kokoro or Satoru, my brain goes, this is the twist. This is the, like, something about this is the big event, but I can't figure out any significance to it. But like, it's like that small little perspective thing. It's fucking with me. Anyway. Smiley face. Because I'm just Uni scans the palm of my hand. Why am I looking at myself while it says this?
やっぱりココロンって恋愛運あんまり良くないね。結婚は遠いかも。本当？うん。結婚は運命線を見ればわかるんだけど。何歳ぐらいで結婚するのかな？40代の前半嘘でしょ
That is pretty hard to hear. Though it's the fortune telling of an amateur, being told something like this about yourself is quite a shock. Pushing up his glasses, Uni
でもね、
continues.
今年は運命的な出会いがあるかもよ。その出会いを大切にすればもっと今季は早まるかも。なんなのよそのかもっていうのは。いい加減なこと言って大人をからかうのは良くないわよ。
That's what fortune telling is. Uni's expression quickly turns meat.
チッチッ
The background music's even called Trickster. I'm on to something. I'm not insane. I'm not crazy.
ココロンは占いってどんなものだと思う？
He almost seems to launch into a sermon.
何よいきなり。いいから答えて。そうねオカルトっぽいっていうか
A cultish
神
thing.
様にお伺いを立てるって感じかな。
Uni nods in agreement.
そういうのもあるね。だけど手相占いとか先生術はまた別なんだ。
Oh. Astrology. Here refers to Western astrology. A study or skill based on the belief that through the movement of heavenly bodies in their position at certain times and places, an individual person's horoscope, drawn from the position of the planets, the 12 signs of the zodiac, and the 12 astrological houses, can be interpreted and used to foretell their future. I haven't recovered from the cloning one.
どっちかっていうと統計学なんだ。
I kind of expected it. SMH my head.
統計学
I'm not so great with scientific discussion. Just looking at numbers lined up makes me go cross-eyed.
例えば観想学ではおでこにシワの多い人はお金持ちになるって言葉があるんだけど
A divination method supposed to be able to foretell a person's character and destiny based on examination of their cranial structure and facial features.
それはお金持ちの人を調べたらおでこにシワの多い人が多かったっていう裏付けがあるから出た結論なんだよ。ロンブローゾの犯罪人類学とちょっと似てるよね。
Lombroso, Italian anatomist. believed that the different types of crimes committed by each criminal corresponds to to specific physical traits. Also had an interest in the different types of criminals, which is now remembered as the source of modern criminology. However, his theories are now thought to be incorrect. I have a feeling that those were probably often misused. More like an excuse. Yeah.
まあロンブローズは大嘘つきだったけどさ。ちょっと待って。
Who the heck is Lombroso? It's all turned into gibberish now. Why does this child know so much about something like this? I press my hands to my temples. I can sort of feel a headache coming on.
いや、
I want you to speak. What? I want you to speak more in Japanese, but I simply can't tell this to my child opponent. Oh, okay. It's because she said an Italian name.
続けて。変な心。で、どこまで話したっけ？ロンドンブーツ。
Oh, no, that's English.
じゃなかった。ロンブローゾね。
London boots. Lombroso. Danger, danger. I wipe away my cold sweat.
ああ、そっか。ロンブローズはインチキだったけど、観想学はちゃんと信憑性があるものなんだ。サンプリング数が桁違いだからね。手相占いや先生術も同じ。数千年分も積み重ねられてきたデータの集大成なんだ。ね、統計学って言った意味はわかるでしょ？そうね。
When I think of typical fortune telling, no matter how I look at it, it has a somewhat shady image to me. But if you believe Uni's words, even fortune telling has a scientific
どう？
basis.
これで信じる気になった？手相に信憑性があるのは分かったけど、ユニがちゃんと占えるかどうかはまた別の話よね。あ、ひどいよ。だって本気が遅いなんて信じたくないし。
Though he pouts, he immediately begins to grin broadly. It's almost like his glasses are
それ
shining.
じゃあ別のこと占ってあげるよ。僕の占いは当たるんだから絶対に。
With a face that seems a bit serious, Uni glares at my palm. Doesn't seem like he'll let go until he's done with the fortune telling.
生命線を見るとココロンは20歳の時に大きな事故に遭うね。
We're having a great incident.
ダウト。
Doubt? You were in a plane crash! You're swapping bodies! I lightly prod Uni's forehead.
何すんだよ。今まさに遭遇中じゃない。
My bad. She got him. She got him. We're good. No, she got him. She got him. All heart sunbrain. That's my fault. I reacted too early.
それって飛行機事故のことでしょ？ユニったらやっぱりインチキ。そうじゃなくて手相にもそういう風に出てるんだってば。
Oh, the plane crash showed up in the palm reading.
ズルはダメ。
While his face wraps up with annoyance, Uni tightens his grip on my hand. Suddenly, his look turns serious.
もうじき死体を見るよ。
Oh. Well, we've already fulfilled this fortune, so nothing bad could happen now. An unusually grave tone. I'm surprised. If it's about corpses, I already saw them. See, we're ahead of this. That gruesome crash site. I think he's referring to that, but I'm wrong. Oh. You see, I don't know if there are any of those. How about yours? What's he saying, this kid? I take a hard look at the eyes of the child in front of me. Uni's full round eyes are clear, and so deep I feel I'm being sucked into them. I forget to even breathe. At Uni's words, I come to my senses. It's a tone that's neither serious nor joking.
やめてよ。そんな冗談嫌いよ。冗談なんかじゃないって。
Uni softly caresses the surface of my
こ
hand.
れは占い。よく当たるユニの占いだよ。
Sometimes this kid becomes kind of scary. When you think he's just innocently playing with his teddy bear, all of a sudden he'll say with a grown-up face things that make you shiver. I feel an unbalance, as if conflicting things coexist. Behind this neutral face, I wonder what kind of real nature he's hiding. Despite distant from my doubts, Uni sweetly smiles. A carefree smile, that of a
心
child.
に伝えられてよかった。サトルに言っても意味ないかもしれないし。
Should I trust this smiling face? Swallowing my rising anxiety, I try to ask about something else.
ねえ、さっき見たよね。私がサトルと切り替わる瞬間。どんな感じだった？つまんない感じだよ。ちょっと黙り込んだかなと思ったら急に口調が変わるんだもん。目がピカーッと光ったりとかすればかっこいいのにね。あんよそれ。
At the moment of transfer, it seems no particular change happens to me on the outside. This too is similar to the personalities of a DID patient switching.
そうだ。DID といえば。
I remember Hotori. She was talking to me through writing about her when her personality changes took place. Before I forget, I think I should check through Inabushi's file.
占い。ありがとね。
Just in case, I thank Uni and stood up. I take the Inabushi file Yomagi had retrieved and sit down on a log chair. Once again, I open the file I've looked over many times. Examination report. Wait, is that the name of the thing? Oh, yep. That's the chapter name. Oh, it was just like the title of the document. Inabushi Keiko, currently age 19. She is the serial killer who at age 17 murdered 12 innocent people at Awazumi Municipal Hospital. However, due to being diagnosed with DID, she escaped capital punishment and was sent to Sofia. Inabushi Keiko had rewritten Japan's criminal history in many different ways. Her case marks the largest number of lives ever taken by a serial killer who was a minor. And in the history of crime in Japan, it's in the top place in terms of the number of people murdered by a female. In general, there is no precedent for a female serial killer like her. In America, it was even said that women couldn't be serial killers, up until Eileen Wuornos, also known as the Lady of Highway Death, appeared. Of course, she's the first of her kind in Japan. And she's the first person ever to be recognized as suffering from DID in the history of criminal trials in Japan. Before that court precedent was made, there had been several criminals suspected of having DID. However, there were no cases of trial acquittals by reason of DID until then. The reason is simple. The very existence of dissociative identity disorder had been disputed. The opinions of those in the field of psychiatry are still divided. That's why, even if brought into consideration during sentencing, it was never used as a reasoning for exoneration. The past precedent was overwritten because of Inabushi Keiko, and DID became a valid reason to apply Article 39 of the Penal Code. There were various reasons that she was acknowledged as suffering from DID, but the biggest one is said to have been the DSM-6. This is the big book, isn't it? Yeah. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, a handbook of diagnostic criteria for mental disorders published by the American Psychiatric Association. Did I say 6? I meant 4. Thank you. I read it as VI. I told you. I can't read. And it's the 5th one. How confused? God damn it. Can we go back and read it again? I know I'm not the crazy one here, okay? You can't do this to me. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, a handbook of diagnostic criteria for mental disorders published by the American Psychiatric Association. The title is followed by its revision number. Published editions so far include the DSM-1, 1952, DSM-2, 1968, DSM-3, 1980, DSM-3R, 1987, and DSM-4, 1994. The manual is, so to speak, a simplified guide to the diagnosis of mental illnesses. Mental illnesses may affect a person in many forms and are notoriously difficult to diagnose. It is also not uncommon for separate examining doctors to differ in their diagnoses. To help eliminate such errors, the DSM is used as a guide for doctors to determine the name of the illness based on observed symptoms by asking the patients certain questions, such as about said patient's condition, and checking their responses against the data in the DSM. Even an inexperienced doctor can establish a diagnosis and begin appropriate treatment. 6 now, I think, in real life. Enough classes on psych. We're on a revision of 5, but it wasn't named 6. So we were on the 7th one, which is 5R. DSM 6 is very much made up by the video game. Okay, got it. The DSM 6 had been next line has been published just a few years earlier. The latest revision had been issued in 2008. In the 1994 version, the DSM 4, the criteria for a DID diagnosis comprised the following 4 points. The 4th revision of the DSM, published in 1994. In this edition, the name of the illness, formerly called multiple personality disorder, was changed to dissociative identity disorder. It was there that the illness called DID was born. Incidentally, dissociative personality disorder is still referred to as multiple personality disorder in other official writings, such as the ICD-10. The criteria for a DID diagnosis comprise the 4 following points. 1. 2 or more distinct identities and personalities exist. Each possess awareness, recognition, and cognition of self and surrounding environment, as well as individual personality characteristics. These identities, having at least 2 distinct personalities, continuously show individual behavior and conduct. 3. Important personal information cannot be recalled, and thus by extension cannot be explained with normal forgetfulness. 4. These symptoms are not directly due to the influence of the psychological effect of drugs, for example, memory loss or violent behavior due to disorientation from alcohol poisoning, or a result of other general abnormal conditions. If these 4 criteria are fulfilled, the condition is recognized as dissociative identity disorder. However, even with the establishment of the 4 criteria above, they couldn't completely rule out malingerers? Okay, hold on. They couldn't completely rule out malingerers. They could have gotten that B earlier if they didn't pay for the second out. We're on DSM-5TR. Okay. Of the ICD-10? What's the ICD-10? Hold on, ICD-10. The International Classification of Diseases, 10th revision. It's medical classification, the codes, diseases, symptoms, and other health-related information. Cool. If 2 or more personalities can be perfectly acted out, it would be acknowledged as a case of DID. There have also been those who have tried to exploit this through the misuse of psychotropic drugs. As a result, the 2008 edition of DSM-6 included the following appended criterion. 5. Oh, no. The above symptoms appear even while under induced hypnosis. In other words, if a different personality arose even during hypnosis, a condition in which the patient is unable to pretend, it'll be acknowledged as DID. Creating a new budget for the translation by the end of the playthrough. LOL, like Lamau even. The addition of this guideline had an influence in the skeptical field of Japanese psychology. In Japan, it became accepted that a person who was suffering from DID if the above 5 items were fulfilled. Inabushi Keiko had undergone an examination under hypnosis in accordance with the DSM-6's standards and was confirmed to have DID. That was acknowledged as evidence in court, and Inabushi Keiko was acquitted as a person suffering from an unsound mind.
我ながらよく覚えてるかも。
I'm impressed with myself for being able to clearly remember every detail they told us in class. Well, it's a topic that I like, though, so it's only natural that I'd remember it. I'm interested in human beings, so I decided to study sociology, criminal psychology. People are mysterious. They have the intelligence to make space travel a reality and say something like, I'm a seagull, to express that feeling. Forgot about the seagull quote. Even so, they continue the stupidity that is war and have tempers short enough to enable them to kill someone in the blind rage. They can experience deep love as well as murder the innocent. Inside a frail body that possesses neither claws nor fangs, humans are filled with chaos. Men have adventurous hearts searching for glory by traveling to the depths of the ocean and the cosmos. My interest lies in the abyss of the human heart. And while studying criminal psychology, what attracted my interest the most was Inabushi Keiko. I turned to the next page of the file. Inabushi Keiko has dissociative identity disorder. Maybe I should review the case one more time. Let's. This illness is, quite simply put, an illness where the birth of another personality not present where the person was born occurs. There are differing theories as to the cause, but they say that being exposed to ill treatment during the development of the ego before the age of 12 is the main reason. Children can easily construct imaginary personalities in a way that resemble autosuggestion. If abused by their parents, they will seal the memories of the pain, anger, and fear within the imaginary personality in order to relieve the pain of the trauma they suffered. In other words, they protect themselves by thinking that the one being abused isn't them, but a different imaginary self. But the abused personality was also originally a part of the self, so it is necessary to accept those memories as their own. However, the pain and suffering inflicted on the other personality is hard for the main personality to accept. Because of that, the main personality holds its memories of suffering inside the other self. They are not able to become one, and therefore a separate, independent personality is brought into existence. The inability to combine the memories into one, to the point of forcing them apart into separate identities, that is dissociative identity disorder. At first, Inabushi Keiko's DID was thought to have stemmed from early childhood abuse. With that in mind, a thorough investigation was done by the leading psychiatrist. However, because Inabushi Keiko's mother was already deceased, there was no way to confirm the occurrence of childhood abuse as definite. But in addition to her DID, due to the confirmation that she was suffering from borderline personality disorder, as well as her fragmented testimony, it was widely assumed that she had been the victim of childhood abuse. Oh, this is a little longer. AKA ambulatory schizophrenia, pre-schizophrenia, schizotypal disorder. For a patient to be diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, they must display symptoms matching 5 or more of the following criteria: a feeling of abandonment in reality or delusion, a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships, identity disturbance, markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self, feelings of disconnection from reality, self-abusive thoughts of suicide, self-injury, and so on, chronic feelings of emptiness, marked affective instability due to a marked reactivity of mood, inappropriate anger or difficulty controlling anger, transient stress-related paranoid ideation, delusions or severe dissociative symptoms, desperate behavior and self-loathing at that behavior. Additional impulse behaviors include impulsive spending, promiscuous sex, substance abuse, reckless driving, and binge eating. A borderline personality disorder sufferers' personal relationships, self-image, emotional stability, and particularly indulgence in impulsive acts are heavily influenced and impaired by the disorder, with the onset of symptoms typically occurring during adolescence or young adulthood. It is said to be a severe impairment to normal life. Relatively few of the symptoms are detected by most people. It's characterized by fluctuating emotional states and abnormal outbursts of anger or violence. Furthermore, many sufferers show frantic attempts to avoid abandonment. Just as an FYI, a lot of this is wrong IRL. I somehow figured it wasn't all spot on. This feeling often manifests itself in the form of self-harm behaviors. Sufferers often report having a foggy mental state, being unable to perceive things clearly, feeling lost, or feeling as if though they will fall to pieces. Many are tortured with doubts about their own identities as well. This lost sense of self-control often causes them to resort to self-harm. Individuals with borderline personality disorder tend to view the world as black and white, with all people viewed strictly as either enemy or ally. They think an ally is in danger of leaving them, and the individuals become anxious and deliberately harm themselves or others, otherwise cause trouble in an effort to get that ally to stay. However, it is important to remember that the individual is not doing these things because they want to, and as with many of the other similar illnesses of the heart, their behavior does not reflect their true personality. Expecting this to be as accurate as the cloning tip. Thank you for the drink, Mike. As well as a fragmented testimony, it was okay. She was the victim of child abuse. It said that Inabushi Keiko possesses a total of 11 personalities. For the sake of convenience, her altered personalities have been alphabetized in the signed letters A to J. Of course, each of her personalities were given proper names, or so it seems. I say it seems because those names are not recorded anywhere in the file. However, the doctors had also given her common names for each of the 11 personalities from A to K. This was because when the doctors asked for her name, her personalities would further dissociate and her condition would deteriorate. In addition to calling them A through K for convenience, the doctors created nicknames, which they used like a code among themselves. So I continue to think about these common names. Let's see, aside from the original Inabushi Keiko, who is K, the other 10 from A to J are widely different from the original in terms of personality. For example, C is a child. The nickname given to him by the doctor is Childhood. This is an innocent but extremely quick to cry 6-year-old boy. D is a melancholy young man. His name is Darkness. He tends to shut himself up and would try to hurt himself if you took your eyes off him. F is a woman in her late 20s. Her name is Frau. Extraordinarily lewd. It seems she even seduced the doctor who was examining her. Okay, that doctor did a bad job. And then the personality called J. It appears this one is the... What a fucking crazy line. The actual list is only 9 things. I think 1 to 4 are fake and 10 was actually 4. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Dimensional Raven away. Hold on. What do I want to press? Right click. Oh, I've been pretty good about getting the rest of these. Abandonment, reality, delusion, pattern, unstable and intense interpersonal relationships, identity disturbance, markedly impersistent, unstable self-image or sense of self. And 10 was actually 4. Gotcha. Interesting. All right. She loves Lucius Malfoy. And then the personality called J. It appears this one is the personality of the murderer. The doctors referred to this shadow side as Jack. It's most likely a trivial reference to Jack the Ripper. Similar to Inabushi Keiko, a 17-year-old at the time of the incident woman, but possessing strong destructive urges and sadistic hobbies. In other words, she derives pleasure from the act of murder. According to the file, Jade appeared while Inabushi was being held in the examination room, and where she snatched up a pair of scissors and murdered a doctor. Snatched up a pair of scissors and murdered a doctor. This sounds awfully familiar. It was also judged that the Awazumi murders were committed by Jay, not by Inabushi Keiko herself. The original personality of Inabushi Keiko was unable to stop the violence of Jay. Doctor out here, mission failed. Because of that, in accordance with Article 39 of the Penal Code, Inabushi Keiko was judged to be of an unsound mind and was pardoned. Whether a personality known as Suzukage Hotori is included as one of the 11 inside Inabushi Keiko. It's here. The H personality. An introverted girl with a shy and calm character, age 19. She has a fondness for listening to music, so her given nickname is Hummingbird. H. Hotori. Is this the personality of Suzukage Hotori? Of course, there is a possibility that Suzukage Hotori is an unknown 12th personality. In any case, I'm convinced that Hotori is another personality within Inubushi. The reason
鳥
is...
の言葉実際に DID を体験してないとあのセリフは出てこないよね
Hotori told me herself, didn't she? Cold, dark, locked up all alone. Red room entered. Those are perfectly consistent with the feelings expressed by other people with DID. The 12th personality hidden somewhere inside this woman. Watch out for her. I remember Hotori's face, unable to even conceive of such a thing as killing 12 innocent people, a girl wearing a worried
やっ
smile.
ぱり間違いない小鳥は犬伏恵子の別人格なんだわ
I'm convinced, and at the same time, I feel that I have to focus more clearly. I can't confirm anything besides Hotori's condition yet, but if she is another DID personality, then behind her lurks Inubushi Keiko, the personality of a murderer.
気をつけなくちゃ
Cue the Death Note thinking music. No, we got Q already. Muttering that as though to convince myself, I close the file. Whom I can reply
熱心に読ん
upon.
でるな
I don't know if that's... How is it phrased? I guess technically. The way it's the whole way that things worded. Rely upon a new box. A new arrow touches the page. We're running out of saves. Yomagi is standing in front of me, holding a cup with something steaming inside.
熱心ついでに熱々のコーヒーはどうかな
A mischievous smile rises to his face as I reach out for the cup. I thank him as I accept it.
それって淡住病院連続殺人
ええ犯人の資料です
そんなに面白いか
Instantly, Yomigi's expression makes a complete change. It seems like he doesn't want to chat about such matters. Perplexed, I give a
面
reply.
白いっていうのとは違いますでもとっても興味深いです私もともとこういうのを勉強する学生なんで
そうなのかまさかそれ君
That it would.
そうかだからそんなもの
Yomagi lights up a cigarette as he sits in front of me, blowing out smoke with a face that looks like he's enjoying the flavor. Really? Yomagi follows the rising trail with his eyes. I take a sip of the coffee. It seems like my body got colder while I was absorbed in the file. The hot coffee spreads warmth through my stomach. Suddenly, Yomagi starts talking
なあ
again.
聞きたいんだがその犯人ってのはどんなやつなんだ
よもぎさんも興味あるんですか
なんというかその野じ馬根性だよ
Is he being a little inarticulate, or is it just my
あ
imagination?
れだけ世間を騒がせたやつだからな山にしか興味のない僕でも多少は気になる途中からぱったり犯人については報道されなくなっちまったしね未成年でおまけに精神病だからってことで詳しい情報は伏せられた被害者ですら何も教えてもらえなかったそう聞いたよ
You seem to be following this pretty closely.
犯人はどんなやつなんだ
Yomagi inquires, keeping his eyes on the stove. How should I answer? My seminar teacher gave me this file as a favor. Normally, the contents of documents like this are confidential. I'm hesitating over whether to reveal the more detailed content or not, so I decided to only talk about the parts that I think are okay to
犯
reveal.
人は多重人格だったそうです
それは知っているよ
Yomagi speaks in an unexpectedly forceful tone.
僕が聞きたいのはなんというか
Uh-oh.
そいつは悪党なのかということだ。12人もの人間を殺してなおそいつの命は守られているが、果たして法律で守らなくてはならないほどの価値がある人間なのか。
それは
What is he trying to say?
ああ、いや、特に深い意味はないんだ。
Doesn't have any deep meaning. Yomagi may feel like he's confusing me as he hesitates and then shrugs his shoulders. Tossing his cigarette into the stove, he lowers his voice and continues.
27人もの遺体を見ただろう。ちょっとナーバスになっちゃってさ。
I say that's more of a moral question than diagnostic. Yeah. Yomagi scratches his head embarrassedly. Certainly, seeing that crash site would be enough to make you really think deeply about life. It can change how a person views life and death. I became a bit upset as well. Yomagi seemed calm at the time, but he may have only been desperately trying to bear it. While flipping through the file quickly, I have to decide how to reply to Yomagi. I'm gonna start saving over the chapter start ones I do in an effort to like save slots. She would absolutely spill her heart about this. I tell him what I honestly think.
犬伏警部は悪いことをしたと思います。
Okay.
あまりにもひどいことをしたと私は思います。
Okay.
ただ彼女の行為は悪ですが、彼女自身の善悪については分かりません。分からないから調べてみたいと思うんです。どうしてそんなひどいことができたのか知り。
Oh, I didn't mean to cut her off. Getting my answer, Yomagi responds with only one thing. That's your expert analysis, lady? Kokoro. See, I think murder's bad. But I don't know if the murderer is bad. What did I expect? This is her fucking passion. Graphic design is my passion energy. That's his reply. And then he muses my hair with his hand. Uses? Musses? Musses.
なら生きて帰らないと。
はい。
さてと、火が弱まってきたな。
After standing up, he gives a big stretch. The stove flame has lost its vigor. It needs to be replenished with firewood from the basement.
あ、そうそう。結城道君がボイスレコーダーに何か吹き込んでたらしいよ。君宛てのメッセージじゃないのか？
Oh, thanks.
もう一人の人格が何をしているのかわからないなんて DID ってのは辛いな。
Leaving his words mixed with a sigh, Yomagi descends into the basement.
どうしたんだろう、よもぎさん。
Yomagi's back looks a little lonely as he climbs down the ladder. Once you're in your 30s, you probably have a lot to think about. Well, I can't just sit here. A second choice. I would love to help Yomagi, but I need to know what Satoru's message says. I have to listen to the message from Satoru. Did he find an answer that could help resolve this phenomenon? Groping in my pocket, I search for the voice recorder.
眉澄、
Yomagi's loud voice resounds from the
ちょ
basement.
っと手伝ってくれ。
In his 30s? It would seem so. Mayazumi, who's curled up on the bed, makes an openly reluctant face.
なんで私なのよ。
Because you need to do something.
いいから頼むよ。
Mid 40s energy? I'd say early 40s energy. Although that's, what, 3 years difference? I'd say late 30s energy, actually. I could see mid 40s. I don't think I could see anything higher than mid 40s, though. Oh, yeah, of course. She glares in my direction. I panic and stand up. I think I'd better try to help Yomugi-san. Hey, Mayazumi, why don't you ever do anything useful in this story? Thinking that, I make to call down to the basement. And from the ladder that leads to the basement, Yomugi's head pops up. He lifts the firewood and lays it on the floor. Hey, Michael, I have come to spread the good word of Mayazumi, my girl boss. Your girl boss is getting girl fired. Hope you're well. Oh, these Mayazumi defenders are scary. No, Sam. I'm on your side, okay? I've got you. Yomugi's head pops up. He lifts the firewood and lays it on the floor. I said this last time and I'll say it again. My apologies for creating more Mayazumi fans. Surely you'll be converted soon. I'll be honest, I liked her at first and then I interacted with her. And every interaction has gone more and more downhill. Like, look, hey, look, guys. You know me. I am God's #1 tsundere, okay, defender here. All right. She's just a bitch. There's no other way to phrase it. Don't get me wrong. I like her because I want to slap her a bit. See, like, the best parts of her character are when she's being absolutely just ripped apart by an 11-year-old. She has her reasons. Yeah, you know, she has her reasons, but like also all of us could just be absolutely terrible people to each other and don't. That is an interesting character you've typed. What the fuck is that? Also, weird, like hand-drawn Q. The Hebrew switch is by my comma on the keyboard. Gotcha. I was trying to figure out what it was, but I can't do it with one character. It's fine now. It looks like he's managed to finish by himself. Yomugi smiles gently. Collecting myself, I take out the voice recorder. There are 2 new data entries. First, I play data 1.
俺だ。サトルだ。ユニから聞いたよ。墜落現場に行ったらしいな。俺は不器用だから。こういう時なんて言えばいいのかよくわからないんだけど。ただ一つだけ。心。今、お前が生きてる意味をよく考えてほしい。 亡くなった人の命を取り戻すことはできない。過ぎてしまったことはどうすることもできないんだ。でも少なくともお前は生きている。
It was a nice little pep talk from Satoru.
生き残ったことには必ず意味があるはずだ。俺はそう思う。だから今はただお前にできることは何なのか。それ頭のいいお前のことだ。これだけ言えばわかるよな。
Sometimes they take like a really long pause, and I'm like, oh, cool, it's the next line time. It's not the next line time.
心、どうか気を落とさないでくれ。お前は一人ぼっちなんかじゃないんだ。俺はいつでもお前のそばにいる。直接触れ合うことはできないけど、俺とお前は一心同体みたいなものなんだから。だから俺がついてると思って安心してくれ。
There's a funny thing about that in the options. Oh, nice. Sets the page turning mode to be active when you start. Oh, I don't want to do that. Already read messages. Yes. Oh, this option does nothing since the translation doesn't preserve the synchronization metadata. Great. Awesome. Data 1 ends there. I somehow ended up very embarrassed, and more than that, happy. Satoru was worrying about me. Knowing that I went to the crash site and was feeling down, he tried to cheer me up. That's what Satoru said. I survived. I'm still alive now. So, as long as I'm alive, I give my all to live, even if I don't understand the reason why. Continuing, I play Data 2. However, why did he purposely divide the message into two parts? Is it perhaps the fact that if I chose not to go to the crash site, it would make it very easy for it to be a different Data 1? Once again, my voice flows out.
心、言い忘れたことがあった。聞いてくれ。多分、すぐには信じてもらえないと思うけど、今、心はこう思ってるんだよな。今年は2011年だって。
Yeah, here we go.
だけど、そうじゃないんだ。
I knew it.
心のいる世界は、1年後の2012年なんだよ。
Oh, okay. Wait, no. I thought it'd be like 30 or something. Okay, 1 year later. Awesome. So then we're dead. We're already dead. I told you it'd be time shenanigans. Yes, I knew it'd be time shenanigans. Taylor, that's like saying Link's gonna wear green in the Zelda game. I don't care. I'll take this.
Utaga 疑うんなら周りのやつに聞いてもらっても構わない。でもこれは厳然たる事実なんだ。受け入れてほしい。だからユニのことも。え、なになに？僕のことがどうかした？
Oh. Data 2 ends. It ends there. I'm surprised and shocked at the same time. The world I'm in now is the year 2012? What is he saying? Today is January 13th, 2011. On New Year's Day of this year, I received a New Year's card that had Happy 2011 written on it, along with an illustration of the rabbit of the Chinese zodiac. Why has he made such a simple mistake? If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around you. That's what he told me. Oh boy. Hello, all three people. I try asking while looking over at the three of
あ
them.
の皆さん
All three focus their gaze on me.
つかぬことをお聞きしますが今年は何年でしょうか
At once, three faces shift to expressions of puzzlement.
おいおいどうしたって言うんだいきなり
ついに脳みそまで行かれちゃったの？
Uni blinks in
いいから
surprise.
答えて
2011年だが
I look at Mayuzumi, who's wrapped in a blanket.
2011年よ。当たり前でしょ。
Yeah, he's gonna say 2012. I look at Uni.
2011
Nope, he said 2011.
だよ
Oh man. Are fuck. Are we shifting? Man. He's shifting to us 1 year in the future. Whereas we're shifting 1 year behind. So when he comes to the cabin and meets with everyone, it is 2012. But when we're in the cabin, and most likely in Sphere, it's 2011. So... But then why does everyone recognize our multiple personalities? Unless... that being congruous. No, I don't know what it would be. Oh, man. I'm satisfied with this answer. This proves that the current year is 2011. As I thought, Satoru must have misunderstood something. How does that help or hurt me? I don't know how the misunderstanding occurred, but that should clear it up. I go to the basement to record a message. The three of them wordlessly stare at me dumbfounded. I take the voice recorder out of my pocket.
心ですメッセージ聞きましたどうして今年が2012年だなんて言うの今年は2011年だよ勘違いなんてあなたらしくないちょっと休んだらみんなにも聞いてみたけど今年は2011年だって言ってた繰り返すけど今年は絶対2011年だよ間違いありません
I pause the recording, and after thinking for a while, I press the record button once again.
推進腕時計外すのやめてよね腕時計は腕にはめるから腕時計って言うんだから
Having finally told him about the thing which has been bothering me for a long time, I feel a bit satisfied. I exhale triumphantly. A smile naturally follows. Returning to the first floor, the other three are eyeing me from a distance. We're doing this fucking thing again where we can see ourselves. Of course. They're huddled together, whispering to each other. Perhaps my behavior was too suspicious for them to overlook. But as this isn't the first time I become defiant, because of my personality exchange with Satoru, those watching from around us probably think my speech and conduct are quite suspicious. Nothing will come of it, even if I try to smooth things over now. In order to conserve my strength, I lie down, pulling a blanket over my head as I do. When I wake up, it's gotten dark outside without me realizing it. It seems I slept for longer than I thought. Everyone else is staying quietly in their own positions as well. Looks like nothing out of the ordinary happened. It may have been because of my peace of mind, but drowsiness overcomes me once again as I begin to doze off. Chain-like spiral. I'm at Sphere. I'm in the living area, sprawled out on the sofa.
ラジオ
Uni, who's sitting right beside me, gets up and returns to his room with light steps. Then, as if trading places with him, Utsumi comes out of her room. She walks toward the kitchen. A moment later, I can hear the sound of water running. I turn my head to look, and Utsumi is washing the dishes. Otsui isn't around. She might be sleeping in her
あ
room.
の内海さん
何
Utsumi answers without turning her
今
head.
年って何年でしたっけ
Utsumi suddenly stops moving. She slowly looks in my direction.
冬川さん。
ええそうですけど
そう冬川さんもなの。
For some reason, her laugh seems odd. I wonder what's
つ
wrong.
いさっきもね結城戸君に同じことを聞かれたのよ。
I don't trust you.
サトルがそれで今年は何年なんですか
2012年。
Yeah, it's a fucking year later. Okay, there it is. Her reply startles me.
間違いないですか
ええ。だって去年は2011年だったもの。
I begin to feel less sure of what I thought. I'll try asking someone else. Going into Hotu's room, I find her in bed. Just before, in other words, 1 transfer ago, she'd been acting quite deranged. However, it seems she's calmed down completely since then. She's awake. Still in bed, she tilts her head and stares at me.
ねえほとりちゃん今年って何年だっけ
As if puzzled, she inclines her head doubtfully against the pillow. And then she hesitantly makes a peace sign. Hoturi continues to wait in that position.
ってこと
Nodding, she then makes a circle with her thumb and index finger. 0. And finally, using both hands, she raises only her index finger on what? Oh, no. God fucking damn it. This complicates things. Hi, Soy. Happy 2011/2012, Soy. What year is it? We'll figure it out someday.
2011年
Hoturi nods repeatedly. I'm getting more and more confused. Which one of them is right?
ありがとうゆっくり休んでね
I leave the room. Just as I return to the living area, Uni also enters. In his hands is a small portable radio.
ユニ今年は何年
Uni, if you say a different year, I'm gonna go ballistic.
また
He has an exasperated expression on his face. Again probably means Uni got asked the same question by Satoru.
すごいよごめんでもお願い教えて
If you say 2012, you're in on it. You and Utsumi are the bad guys.
11年だってば
Oh no, that's even more confusing.
2011年なのねそうだよ一体何なのなんでもない
Now it's clear. No, it's not! It's not something that's determined by majority rule. But the answer I got most often was 2011. She's locked in, guys. She just held a vote for what year it is. The only ones that say 2012 are Satoru and Utsumi. You mean the ones locked in a fucking death battle? I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten the I will succeed my means by any situation possible. That Utsumi started talking to us with. Apparently everyone else has. If we all vote, we can decide the year. No. No. Can we get a year poll? No. It's 2025. I've decided for you. Everyone else says 2011. So it must be the year 2011 after all.
おかしいな。
Uni's voice sounded slightly troubled. Wondering what's wrong, I watched as Uni randomly presses switches on his portable radio. Putting in the earphones, he tilts his head this way and that.
なんで聞こえないんだよ。
It seems that the radio is broken. I'll fix it, I say. No way I don't break this more. Now it's clear. No, it's not! uh... 2023 FE only ended last year. That wasn't just 1 year ago, was it? Oh my god, it was. I own the shirt. True. Oh man. I need to get more water. I'll be right back. I think we're gonna play like Roller Coaster Tycoon after this. That game can't hurt me in the same ways. Hello. Can create an infinite loop in roller coaster. No. Lies, deceit, deception. I checked on my fish tank because one of my fish was like kind of sleeping and like he's in a spot I've never seen him before. It's on top of this like big like branch I have, and he was just kind of like sitting there, just like relaxing. And I was like, I've never seen you do that. I'm kind of worried about you. Do you do that normally? Is this like a new thing you're gonna start doing? Because if you are, you need to tell me these things, Mr. Fish. So I put a little bit of, I fed them to see how he did. And as soon as the food hit, he fucking bolts up and started eating. And I was like, okay, so he's okay. He was just, he's got a new resting spot. One of the clown loaches, one of the little orange and black guys, who have gotten like this big now. Do they have names? No, because I will be perfectly honest with you. I am not a good enough marine biologist to tell the 5 different clown loaches and like apart from each other, or any of the 10, like, what do they call them? What was the nickname the fish store had? They call them like high five tetra or something. I need to remember their actual thing. There's one little guy that's more brave and social. Oh no, that's 4 of them now. There's one of them who still kind of hides. The other 4 of the 5 of them now just are like, fuck it, we're the big boys. And so they all come out to eat, and then one of them kind of like skirts around and will come out sometimes. Fake fish dad? Probably. Anyway, he was lounging there. He ate a whole bunch. And then he went right back to his little spot. And then he swam around a little bit. And so I was up there for a minute just watching and making sure that there was like no signs of anything wrong. You need names I can provide? Well, if you find a way to differentiate 30 different fish from each other that all look the same, hey, all you can give them nicknames. We'll set up a fit. You know, people have like cat cam. We'll have fish cam. It can pop up. And call, you want me to use the wrong? Do you want me to start calling you like fuck it, Crimson? I'm gonna start calling you Crimson. I'm gonna start calling everyone a different name in chat. Is that what you'd want? Just make up the names. SMH. Sure, but you can make that decision and communicate it to me. My fish can't. Oh, I planned for your response. You're not pulling a fast one on me. This game has got me enough. We're gonna watch Uni fix it. Because we're dead. I'll fix it. I'll break it.
ちょっと貸して。
It's not like they can correct me. SMH. The voice of power clamps down upon the voiceless. I can't even believe this. I, a defender of the voiceless fish, will not call them random names. I reach my hand out to Uni.
本当に壊れてるの？
Taking the radio from Uni, I turn it around to get a better look at it. I push various switches, but the radio remains quiet, not letting forth even a single word. In the first place, there's nothing displayed on the LCD screen. It's gone completely silent.
治りそう？
I would never. I don't know what you could possibly be referring to. Uni looks at me with an anxious expression.
俺本当にラジオなの？ダメだ。
Uni's shoulders slump in disappointment.
サトルって機械音痴なんだね。
When he says it so abruptly, it's kind of a shock. All girls are bad with machines, you know?
もうわかんない。
So true, Kokoro. You hear that, Soy? Sorry. Hate to break it to you. Unable to take anymore, I toss the radio aside. I'm only mean to throw it lightly aside, but it falls with more force than I thought it would. It makes a loud noise as it hits the floor. At the moment of impact, a piece flies off the radio. I think it's broken, but it seems it's only that the cover of the battery compartment has fallen off. Oh, you missed that? Oh, never mind then.
あ、
Uni lets out a short shout of surprise as he picks up the radio.
入ってないや。
Uni? Excellent deduction. I could be really chaotic, but I'm not gonna be.
ユニ
Uni?
ごめん。
I request some new batteries from Utsumi. Upon inserting them, the radio immediately comes to life. The reception is bad, but voices can definitely be heard through the static.
するんですけれども、いやー、今年も残すところあと352日ですね。
何言ってるんですか小林さん。まだ2011年始まったばかりじゃないですか。
2011. I'm sure the DJ on the radio said 2011 just now. You need to twist the
今年
tuning
は
knob.
2011年うさぎ年です。
It's convenient that we are finding so many people saying the year.
このうさぎ年にちなんで名古屋の栄ではバニーガールのキャンペーンが行われており、大勢の人で
A bunny girl campaign.
そういえば今年で地上波アナログ放送が廃止になりますね。計画当初は2011年には不可能だとの声もありましたが、思ったよりもデジタルへの移行はスムーズにいったようです。10年前にはデジタル対応のテレビって100万円以上したんですよ。信じられます？
Uni continues to fiddle with the tuning knob, skipping from station to station. It seems he's looking for a program that he likes.
といったわけで太陽風は11年周期で強くなったり弱くなったりするのです。そして今年2011年はちょうどその当たり年でありまして、地球の周回軌道上にあるさまざまな衛星が太陽風の影響によりちょっとしたトラブルを起こしているわけです。わかりましたか？
No matter what program he switches to, they're talking about the year 2011. There's no way it can be
つ
2012.
まんないのばっかりだな。
Uni switches off the radio. I sink deep into the sofa. Satoru and Utsumi both have it wrong. Those two don't seem like the kind of people to make that kind of mistake. So why? My sight rests on a large television, and I walk up to it. What about the TV? Timidly, I try turning on the power. The first thing I see is a scenic shot of the mountains. No way! Are they gonna show Mount Akakura? I think as I bring my face closer to the screen. That's wrong. It's the Jungfrau of Switzerland. A summit in the Swiss Bernese Alps. Its peak stands 4,158 meters above sea level. The name means Virgin Peak. It was designated a World Heritage Site in 2001. I've seen a... The real question is that mountain actually in the Alps after we learned about Bavaria? Yomaki would love this channel. I've seen a picture of it before. A cute little train runs along a mountain full of budding greenery. I changed the channel. This time it's an ocean scene. A dolphin cuts through the water, swimming at incredible speed. The woods. A large tree with a width of over 10 meters is on screen. Sunshine spills between the trees and the leaves sway in the wind.
何これ普通の番組はやってないのもういいや
I gave up on the TV, deciding instead to engross myself in thinking. Oh, we are in the yellow cloud. For some reason, Satoru and Utsumi said that this is the year 2012. Then, for argument's sake, they say that it is 2012. Let's say that it is 2012. Then the problem with the newspaper would be resolved. Someone visited the shelter cabin holding a July 2011 issue of the newspaper. The newspaper had a printed obituary for the deceased who died in that very cabin. So it was in rather bad taste. If that someone had left it there, then it would be at least be
だ
consistent.
けどそれだけよねそれ以外は全然矛盾してる
I went to the crash site with Yomagi. There was a fresh scar in the earth from the accident. In no way did it seem like a full year had
今
passed.
日は2011年だよ
There's no mistaking it. In the first place, I had gotten on the plane in the year 2011 with Wakanai as my destination. If this is the year 2012, where did the blank 1 year period go? Bermuda Triangle! Bermuda Triangle! Besides, it's only two people who, for whatever dumb reason, say it's 2012. Just Satoru and Utsumi. Other than them, everyone is saying it's the year 2011. Even the radio. They informed us that it's 2011 on public airways. If they were wrong, that'd probably be a huge problem. When I snap back into reality, Uni is singing a song. Did he say it was 354 days left of the year? That would mean it's still the first day, which would mean that we're before we are at the cabin. So we're not even in the future, we're in the past. Unless the radio is only playing... How many days are in the year? 365. And if you take 354 minus 365, you get 11. Or the absolute value of 11. $366 in a leap year? Okay. It's still 2011. Even if it's 2012, it would be the second day, not the third day. Which means, regardless, we're getting the news articles for January 11th. They said 352? Damn it. Fuck. Suddenly remembering something, I smile at Uni.
クマさんありがとね
When I was feeling down in the shelter cabin, Uni's kindness when he hugged me with a teddy bear had left a deep impression on my heart. I wanted to thank him, just once. However, Uni only stares at me suspiciously.
何ほらクマさんのぬいぐるみ
Maybe he doesn't understand because my body is Satoru's right now.
私は今心なのわかる
Oh, fuck.
私を慰めてくれたよねあの小屋で小屋何のことそんなことあった
I mean, I guess it makes the amount of, I guess this is, I I guess I also should have been thinking about the fact that it's happening at the same time. So, like, it's still a problem. Which means we are in alternate timelines. All my dimensions are making sense now. Well, 2 of them might be.
確かに僕は TV
But I lost it in the plane crash.
だけどサトルに TV を触らせてあげたことなんてないよ。
Okay, well, that's not it
も
yet.
ちろん心にもね。
Okay. I hang my head in frustration at this turn of events. I lightly bite my lip. Again, the things we're saying don't match up. Is my theory that Uni was transferring along with me wrong after all? If so, why does Uni exist both here and there? Who is this Uni? Yet another riddle. Oh, no, they're clones. This makes more sense. Of course. Same universe, same timeline. They're just clones. Riddle, riddle, riddle. My head begins to hurt. I'm confused. I don't want to think anymore. I try putting my hand on my forehead. Feels like I have a slight fever. Without saying anything else to Uni, I walk to Satoru's room with heavy steps. As I lock the door, I sigh. I look for a reply from Satoru. I can only rely on him now. I search the top of the desk. The note from last time is there, but there isn't anything new. Thinking that it might have fallen onto the bed or the floor, I try searching for it, but it's useless.
なんで何も返してくれないのよ。
I bet Utsumi stole it. I try shouting, but there's no way I would hear Satoru's voice answer me. I slump face down onto the bed. I pull the blanket over my head. Enough already. Someone save me. I'm just a girl. If you throw such an impossible situation at me, there's no way I can bear it, is there? My feelings become so strong that even I can't control them. Tears well up in my eyes. What I've been holding back until now all bursts out at once. Why did something like this have to happen? Why? And back we go. Memories and speculations. Memories and speculation. This whole fucking game has been memories and speculations. I want answers. On the contrary, everything around me has undergone a complete change. I'm standing in a dark snowfield. In front of me is the door to the shelter cabin. My body is frozen through and through. Gusts of frigid, biting wind tear through me. The best I can offer is more speculation. Taking such deep... Thanks. Yeah, no, I got... Don't worry, I got... Bang. It's more than I can bear, and I move for the shelter cabin, almost falling in the door.
Yukido-kun, どこに行ってたんだ?
Yomaki, who's in front of the stove, gets up.
突然飛び出してくから心配したぞ。また発作が出たんじゃないかって。
Eni draws near and feels my
コー
coat.
トが濡れてるよ。うわ、靴もびしょびしょ。一人で雪遊びでもしてたの？私にもよくわからないんだけど。
その喋り方、湯川さんか。
ええ。
濡れてるのか。それはまずい。
Yomaki forcibly sits me down before the stove.
濡れてるものは脱ぐんだ。特に足の指や手を温めて。
Puzzled by the strength of his tone, I take off my
しっかりマッ
shoes.
サージするようにな。濡れたまま放っておけば、まず間違いなく凍傷になる。
凍傷ですか？
ああ、よくて指、悪けりゃ足を失う羽目になる。
Oh! I take off my white coat and hang it by the window. The snow on it begins to melt, the water dripping to the floor. After holding my feet out toward the fire, I hastily begin to massage them.
僕も手伝ってあげるよ。
Don't touch my feet. Uni's small hands rub my feet. Okay, he's touching my feet.
ありがとう。
Gradually, I feel the blood return to my frozen feet, along with a sensation like itching.
ストーブの火を強めるか。
Yomagi brings over more firewood. I'll say it's okay like this.
大丈夫です。 そのままでいいです。
だけど
平気です。薪は節約して使わないと。
I bravely pretend to be tough and force a smile on my face. The ends of my limbs have gone numb due to the cold, but I can't burden the others that way.
そうか、分かったよ。
Nonetheless, with the heat of the stove so weak, the feeling doesn't return to my hands and feet at all. Okay, well, it sounded like they were returning to your hands and feet before I turned down the firewood.
もうお茶のパックがないんだ。出がらしですまないね。
Yomagi has made me some chamomile tea. Since he just threw a tea bag into the cup, it's a bit weak, but there's no substitute for that warmth. Just as I've gotten comfortable, Uni asks me a question.
何してたの？心配したんだよ。
まったくだ。外に出るときは一言声をかけてくれよ。
すみません。私じゃなくてサトルが出て行ったみたいで。
勇気道くんが。
As if he wants to apologize, Yomigi scratches his head. Then he heaves a defeated
じ
sigh.
ゃあ彼に会ったら伝えとくよ。
お願いします。
Somehow, it comes out like an apology too. Because of the personality exchange, I'm a big burden to everyone here in the shelter cabin. Particularly to Mayuzumi, who's especially strained. She's been staying curled up in bed as if exhausted for some time now, but whenever Satoru's name comes up, she glares at whoever said it with a mix of rage and sorrow. I don't know what their relationship is, but I don't think it's wrong to say that it's really making her upset. Anyway, I can't do too much about it. While I sit beside the stove, Yomigi tries to get the satellite phone to work. He's clinging to the possibility that it will, completely by chance, connect.
ダメか。
繋がらないの？
Nodding, Yomigi turns the phone off.
電話さえつながれば。
You have to keep trying. You're giving up. A motive for being a bitch? Chief, I'm gonna keep it very real with you. There's only so much motive you can... An explanation for your actions is not an excuse. If I remember correctly, according to the newspaper, the probability of getting through is around 1 million to 1. Even if we kept making a phone call once every second for 24 hours, a good connection would occur only once in about 11 and a half days. Really, I guess it's impossible. No, it's a 1 in a million shot! She needs to fucking learn her odds. Said motive? It's an excuse. Feeling restored, I move from the stove to the bed. What was Satoru doing outside? I think he might have left behind a message. I take out the voice recorder and switch it on. Yet she seems to know so many odd stats about the rate of dying. There are messages on it. Data 1 and Data 2. First, I play back Data 1.
サトルだ。まずはどうでもいいことから話す。君の要望はできるだけ聞くつもりだ。俺たちはパートナーだからな。信頼関係が大事だと思っている。だがしかしだ。腕時計をつけるという要望だけは受け入れるわけにはいかない。
I look at my right arm. My watch isn't there. It isn't in my pocket either.
また？もうなんでよ。腕時計ぐらいはめとけばいいじゃない。腕に何かついてるとなんだか落ち着かないんだよ。ちなみに俺はブレスレットとかもダメ。
Heuristic.
何がちなみによ。そもそもだな、腕に時計をはめるという習慣自体に俺は疑問を感じるね。
Satoru, what?
紳士というのは懐中時計を持ってるものだろ。
Bro.
まあ懐中時計のデザインは気に入ったものがないし、機能的に劣るんでやむなく腕時計を持ち歩いてるんだが、ジェントルマンの心意気は大事にしたいと思わないか？思わない。っていうかその理論どっかおかしいし。
Satoru is the type who's unsatisfied if he doesn't rationalize anything and everything. Yeah, he's the kind of person I just don't get along with.
腕時計協会に訴えられてもこの気持ちは変わらない。
The Wristwatch Association. Twitch flagged it. I'm not surprised.
そんなわけで腕時計をつけろという要望については
Denied.
却下させてもらうよ。
Data 1 ends there. Before playing Data 2, I decided to look for my watch. It's not in my pocket. It's not on the bunk bed ladder either. Not on the bed, not on the table. It isn't around the neck of the teddy bear. Damn it! Where'd you put it? It's my favorite watch, too. If you lost it, I'll make you regret it. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. As I pace nervously around the cabin like this.
どうしたんだい？
Big clock. Yomugi asks, completely
ない
puzzled.
んです。ないんですよ。
ない？
ないないない。ここにもない。あっこにもない。そこにもない。ふわー、サトルのバカ。なくしちゃったじゃない。どう責任取ってくれるのよ。ふわー。
She's 20 years old? Like 2-0? Like, hey, I get it. It's an important thing to her. I'd be upset too. But game respects game.
なあ、冬川さん？なくしたっていうのは腕時計のことかい？
よもぎさん知ってるの？
Back to normal.
ああ。
どこどこなの？
I come right up to Yomugi. I grab him by the collar and shake him.
落ち着け。落ち着いてくれ。これじゃ話ができない。
Panicking, I let go of Yomugi's neck.
ごめんなさい。
いや、いいんだ。
時計はどこに？
多分
Saying that, Yomugi reaches a hand into his
これ
pocket.
のことだろう。
私の時計。
What he takes out is none other than my beloved wristwatch.
なんでよもぎさんが持ってるの？
Asks as I retrieve the watch.
僕に聞かれたってわからないよ。何せ君があの時は有機道くんだったかな。有機道くんが預かってくれっていうものだから。僕にだってさっぱりさ。彼は何も聞かずに頼むよなんて言ってくるし。彼に聞いた方が早いんじゃないかい？
Probably.
いえ、いいんです。大体わかりましたから。
More effective, too.
え、そうなのかい？ならいいんだけど。
As I put my watch back on, I go over to the bed. It's like Satoru wants to make sure I don't have the watch on. It's almost like he wants me to be checking the time each time, and so he takes the watch off, which we haven't done, by the way. Like he's stubbornly trying to get rid of it. The hiding places are gradually getting more elaborate. That's why he handed it over to Yomugi. He thought I wouldn't find it. Damn it! If it's gonna be that way, I'll get stubborn too. Just as stubbornly, I'll keep putting it back on. Wherever you hide it, I'm gonna find it. Strengthening my determination, I sit on the
さ
bed.
てと、
Now for Data 2. I retrieve the voice recorder. Then I play Data 2. What kind of message will be next?
さて本題に入ろう。前回の続きだ。今年が何年かという問題について、俺は前のメッセージでこう言ったよな。
Yeah, I remember you lying to me.
心のいる世界は1年後の2012年なんだって。
So he said. But that was Satoru's misunderstanding.
でもそれは正確な言い方じゃなかった。 あの時は気が動転してて忘れちまってたんだよ。
Oops.
心がボイスレコーダーを聞くことのできる場所はこの避難小屋に限られているって。そんな当たり前のことに気づかなかったんだ。
I don't understand. What is Satoru trying to
あの
say?
時俺の言った心のいる世界とは避難小屋のことを言ったんじゃない。
Oh god. That time by the world where you are, I didn't mean the shelter
今現
cabin.
在ここにいる俺を基準としての心のいる世界。
It's the world where you are from the perspective of me who is here now.
つまりスフィアのことを言ったんだ。わかるか？
どういうこと？
Now listen carefully to the voice
単刀
recorder.
直入に言うとこういうことになる。
Oh, the music's fading out.
スフィアのある世界が2012年、避難小屋のある世界が2011年。
Okay. Then why do people think it's 2011 in Sphia?
俺と心の意識は空間を移動すると同時に
But
時間を
also through time.
飛び越えているんだ。俺たちが陥っているのは単なる人格交換現象じゃない。人格交換とさらに時間跳躍が加わった極めて特殊な転移現象なんだよ。
An extremely unique transfer phenomenon. We're switching bodies already. I guess this would make it more unique. What does this mean? It's not just a personality exchange, but also a time jump? The personality exchange on its own is hard enough to believe, though I've already realized I have no choice but to believe it. And not only that, but a time slip is taking place? Come on. Really, come on now.
お前はきっと信じてくれないだろうな。どう説明すればいいんだろう。とにかくこれは事実なんだ。スフィアは2012年、避難小屋は2011年。俺と心は2つの異なった時間、空間、肉体の間をぐるぐるぐるぐると入れ替わり続けている。
Guru.
どうしてそんなことが？
Say this with such certainty, I try to say.
ああ、今お前はどうしてそんなことが断言できるんだ？
I have predicted your next phrase.
答えは簡単だ。俺が2012年の住人だからだよ。つまり俺はお前にとっては未来の人間ということに
Oh, of course.
だから俺はこの避難小屋が2011年だってことを知ってるんだ。18便が墜落したのは俺にとっては去年のことだから。
Just like she does, yeah. Crash of Flight 18 for me happened last year.
これ
Okay.
でもまだ信じてもらえないかな。仕方ない。それじゃあユニのことを教えよう。
Oh, finally! And then we're gonna get transported right before you tell me about uni.
昨日のスフィアでのメッセージにお前はこう書いたよな。だってそうじゃなければユニが同時に2人も存在することを説明で
He's
きな
a
い。
clone.
同時に
Well, also that.
心はそう書いた。でもな、本当は同時なんかじゃないんだ。片方のユニは2011年のユニ、もう片方のユニは2012年の
Of
ユニだ。
course. The uni of 2012, though, thinks it's 2011. That's kind of the problem. So that doesn't really help me in any meaningful way.
時間軸上の異なったポイントに同一人物がいたとしても別に不思議ではないだろう。っていうか当たり前のことだよな。未来にも過去にもユニがいるのは当然のことだ。
そうか。なるほど。
I suddenly start believing what Satoru has told me. Because if it's true, then lots of things are starting to make sense. Uni, what Utsumi said. Wait, but Satoru's message continues. I set aside my thoughts from the time being and carefully listened to his words.
でもな、ここからが一筋縄ではいかないんだが、
Gotta rewatch Steins Gate. Gotta play Steins Gate. Yeah, that too. It's not so straightforward from here? Then he pauses for a while. He doesn't resume speaking. Did something happen?
すまない心
Oh. The voice I hear at last is, for some reason, a rather subdued one.
どうしたのサトルなんというか今俺はいやこのことは後で教えるよひとまずメッセージは以上だちょっと待って
Take your time, Soy.
まだ話は途中じゃない勝手に打ち切らないでよ
Random place like that. Yeah, I complained to the voice recorder. Of course, I know it's meaningless.
ああ待った大事なことを伝え忘れるところだった
Something important?
いいか心スフィアでは今後一切食べ物を口にしないでくれこれはお願いじゃない言い方は悪いけど命令だ
But I'm not gonna tell you why.
詳しいことは今度説明するとにかく一口でも何かを食べたら命はないと思ってくれ
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's a good enough explanation, I guess, for now.
じゃあ頼んだぞ
And there, the message ends. I turn off the recorder. I lean against the wall. We're coming and going back and forth between the years 2011 and 2012. That's the blind spot. The double existence of Uni is a big mystery. They are twins, and furthermore, they have the same memory. They don't have the same memory, though. That's a lie! You get the questions right. I can't imagine anything but that we're transferring at the same time. If you consider a time slip, the problem's settled. After all, the two unis are respectively the uni of the past and the uni of the future. I admire that smart solution.
桜岳は2011年スフィアは2012年
Oh yeah, we just have to ignore everything we gathered information-wise while at Sphere. According to Satoru, I thinking of this year as 2011, I'm in the shelter cabin. And Satoru insists it's 2012 is in Sphere. I'm not in agreement, but something isn't right. This is the same unease I felt earlier.
どっかおかしい
As I think this, it hits me. The newspaper. The date on the newspaper is July 4th, 2011. If the time at the shelter cabin is 2012, there would be no contradiction in that newspaper being here. However, if we say that the date on the shelter cabin is January 13th, 2011, it's strange. A newspaper from the future lying around here. Moreover, the radio. The radio I heard in Sphia said that the year was 2011.
どうしてまさか避難小屋が2012年でスフィアが2011年
But then no one at the shelter cabin thinks it's 2012. If I believe that, it solves the problem of the newspaper and the radio, but that's the case, it brings up other contradictions. Outside the shelter cabin is the fresh crash site. In 2012, the crash site shouldn't exist.
その矛盾を回避するためには
To avoid that contradiction, what if the airplane we boarded somehow jumped to 2012 during the flight, then crashed on Mount Akakura? Then, if I, in the shelter cabin of 2012, and Satoru, in Sphia of 2011, began the personality exchange, with this reasoning, the contradictions of the radio I heard in Sphia reporting it was 2011, and there being a fresh crash site on Mount Akakura in 2012 are resolved. But
それじゃあ新聞の説明がつかないよ
if the plane crashed on Mount Akakura in 2012, the article dated July 4th of 2011 couldn't possibly have been published. Besides, the explanation works if I'm thinking it's 2011, but doesn't work if Satoru is thinking it's 2012.
これも違う
As I think about another possibility, something suddenly comes to
ひょ
mind.
っとして私が転院してるのは避難小屋もスフィアも両方とも2011年で
We call this a dilemma.
サト
転移してるのは
This is what my original guess was, except it still doesn't explain the newspaper. If that's so, it accounts for how I feel this is 2011, but Satoru thinks it's 2012.
でもそれじゃダメだ全然ダメ
If I wasn't exchanging personalities with the Satoru of 2012, we wouldn't get into a dispute over the problem of what year this is. Besides, if it turns out I'm going back and forth in 2011, the contradictions of the two unis comes up again. I brood over it. I thought there being a gap between the dates was a good idea, but in practice, it doesn't seem so simple.
パズルでも解いてる気分
Feels like solving a puzzle. Well. I'm hopeless at puzzles. Even a small one is painful and makes me want to give up. Oh, I got bad news for you, Kokoro. Even for university research, I like keeping careful observations. But when the time comes to write up a paper and on it and lay out all the reasoning, I end up writing in agony. When I read detective novels, I leave everything to the tale's investigator and don't reason or anything. But now, there's no detective that will solve this puzzle for me. This is happening to me right now.
考えなきゃ
Come to think of it, would never have guessed all heart, no brain is hopeless at puzzles. I recall Satoru's last words. At Sphia, from now on, don't eat any of the food. Anyhow, if you take a single bite of anything, consider your life over. My life? Does that mean it's possible I'll be served poison? I'll input that into a corner of my memory. Still leaning against the wall, my thoughts keep going around in circles. New life. I suddenly find myself lying up in bed. New life. Another transfer. They happen a lot more frequently today. If the transfers continue to go on like this, I might really go crazy. I think derisively? Yeah. Derisive. What? Self-derisively. Okay. My throat is dry, so I unsteadily leave the room to get a drink. In the kitchen, I find Uni peeking inside the fridge.
サトル
Not allowed to eat. Rushing over, he pulls on my
お
arm.
腹減った
Now that he mentions it, or rather Satoru's body, is hungry too. I look around the interior of the living area. Hotsuri is just standing there absent-mindedly. For some reason, she's looking around the area restlessly. Is she searching for something? Utsumi is nowhere to be seen. Pouring some water into a cup, I down it in one gulp.
内海さんは外に出てっちゃった
From the large window in the living area, I can only see the darkness of a pitch black night. What's she doing out there at this hour?
なんて言ってたの
何にも
Uni's lips curve in a pout.
ニコニコ笑いながら出てっちゃった
All smiles and laughter, that's freaky.
ねえご飯まだ
ちょっと待ってて内海さんを探してくる
Utsumi's a good person, but it's not as if I completely trust her. Someone's after Satoru's life. Because we don't know anything more than that about the culprit, everyone is under suspicion. I can't ignore any unusual behavior. I return to my room and put on my coat, then head outside. The weather out here is freezingly cold. Or freezing cold, perhaps you may even say. For someone to go out into the midst of such cold is really quite suspicious. I try calling out. There's no answer. I hesitate, wondering whether I should go on searching for her. What if Utsumi is actually the one who's after Satoru? My surroundings are engulfed in darkness. It'd be quite easy for her to catch me off guard. I don't really want to consider that, though. What should I do? We'll search for her. Even if that happens, I can't just leave Utsumi alone. She may have just gone for a walk and ended up losing her way. Am I too soft-hearted? Thinking that, I start walking deeper into the darkness. By a stroke of fortune, I find Utsumi right away. If you step out of the institution's entrance and head left, you'll come up to a hill. I say hill, but it's more like a modest mound, about 5 meters in height. Utsumi is standing at its peak. For a split second, I thought she was like the Bloodborne. I was like, no. It's a magical scene. A 5-meter mound, you know. Both her arms extend towards the night sky. It's as if Utsumi is a goddess bathed in moonlight. If she started floating and flew up into the sky right now, I wouldn't be too surprised. Unintentionally swallowing, I hesitate to call out. And then, possibly because she noticed my footsteps, Utsumi turns her head.
あら
I feel somewhat
あ
awkward.
の何してるんですか
Utsumi answers with an extremely cheerful smile.
明日ね息子の誕生日なのよ
So Utsumi has a child, but I haven't seen anyone like that at Sphia. I'm sure they're still alive. It can't be that Uni is Utsumi's child or something ridiculous like that.
そうなんですかおめでとうございます
ありがとう
なんてお名前なんですか
11っていうのよ
Utsumi takes out a picture from her chest area. It seems she's going to show me. I struggle a bit to climb the hill, and standing by Utsumi's side, I take a look at her photograph. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have predicted this? I feel a headache coming on. Okay. The picture is of a boy who looks slightly mischievous. Is his age around the same as Uni's? Looking at the camera, his entire face is lit by a smile. He's making a V sign.
すごくやんちゃで困ってるのよ
Utsumi's face is, she says that, is full of affection. It's the face of a mother.
でも兄弟ができてようやくお兄ちゃんらしくなったかしら
Does he have an adoptive sister? Saying that, she shows me a different picture. Oh, another. Oh, okay, here we go. Different child. Here we go. We're good. It's a picture of a baby. This was probably taken a few months after birth.
へえ
How
かわ
adorable.
いいですね
I like the little thing up here. The little bee.
そうでしょ
Appearing surely happy, Utsumi gazes at the
い
photograph.
いでちゅかお兄ちゃんにおめでとうって言いましょうね
All right, tell big brother congratulations, okay? She speaks to the photograph using baby talk. She looks somehow pitiful. I finally know what Utsumi has come here for. This is Sphia, a specified psychiatric hospital for isolation and ages. Why is Utsumi here? Why aren't her children here with her? I think I can more or less figure it out now. That's why Utsumi is not praying for her children, living somewhere far away. From somewhere even just a little bit higher. From a place just a little closer to the sky. Praying with all her heart for her children living underneath the same sky. Makes me want to pray too. That's what I think. For them to be able to once again live together as mother and child even a second sooner. Afterwards, when I call for Utsumi to return with me to the institution, she answers, I want to be here just a little bit longer, and stays. And so I return to the building alone. That day at dinner time. Right. We haven't died in like forever, okay? And I feel like it's just like we need to die. But I'm not going to because I'm sure that I die in a more horrible way this way. I don't eat. I decline to eat. What a coward. True. Because Satoru told me to. At Svea, from now on, don't eat any of the food. I feel like if you need to die, you should call high. True. Me, the base god, doing every single thing I'm told not to. This is one of my favorites. It was pretty. I like the little. I like it when the scenes have like their own little splash art for him. There might be poison in it. Until Satoru thinks it's safe to do so, I have to bear with it. Except I don't think poison's the problem. I tell them I don't have much of an appetite right now and immediately return to my room. All the stress must be getting to me. I throw myself down in the warm, welcoming bed, and before I know it, I begin to doze off. I lose consciousness. The fourth day. Crucified emotional trauma. That's a fucking hell of a name. Boing. I'm awakened by a faint noise. I can hear the sound of firewood burning up. I open my eyes. New fuel has been put into the stove. Like a tongue savoring a feast, an orange blaze dances in the mouth of the stove. Welcome back, Soy. This is the shelter cabin. Seems I came back without realizing it. I rouse myself. From the windows, the dazzling morning sun is shining in. The hands of my beloved watch are pointing to 7 o'clock. Mayuzumi seems to still be asleep. I can hear her quiet breathing. Yuni is sound asleep too. He's talking in his sleep, almost like following a script. With a wry smile, I get out of bed. They're sleeping well. So then, what was that noise I heard before? I casually noticed that Yomigi's bed is empty. I try touching the blankets. Where did he go so early in the morning? Anxious, I peer out the window. I can see his figure in front of the cabin. Picking on the coat, I too go outside. Oh, sick. Yomigi is standing still, bathing in the morning sun. He's doing nothing, just motionlessly staring into the distance, with sorrow in his eyes. I hesitate to speak. I wonder how much time has passed. Yomigi abruptly starts talking. He's holding the compass Yuni's been carrying. Oh. In a calm and very composed tone, Yomigi continues. Yomigi suddenly smiles a lonely smile. Okay, so your wife's in a facility. Your son is dead. Who could have foreseen this? Junichi? That name, where have I?
純一。
He puts his hands together in prayer, facing the direction of the place he said his son was resting. Standing next to him, I do the same. I close my eyes and pray for the happiness of Yomigi's son in the next world. I slowly reopen my eyes. Yomigi lightly lowers his head.
ありがとう冬川さん、息子のために手を合わせてくれて。
いえ
At that moment, from inside the cabin, you hear Uni talking in his sleep. Yomigi's face is lit by a fatherly smile.
僕の息子も生きていればユニと同い年ぐらいなんだ。
そうなんですか。
I think I shouldn't be indiscreet, but I end up asking instinctively.
息子さんはどうして？
Oh, great.
君には話してもいいかな。
Yomigi takes out a cigarette and lights it with the usual lighter. The smell of lighter fuel tickles my nose. While gazing toward the direction where his son rests, he starts talking.
純一の誕生日が近づいててね。僕はあの子が欲しがってた新しい自転車を買ってあげることにしたんだ。純一は本当に喜んでいた。ありがとう。ありがとうお父さんって何度も礼を言ってたよ。
Yomigi exhales cigarette smoke.
あんなに喜ぶとは思わなかったな。
White smoke gleams in the morning
運
sun.
動神経がいいのか。あの子は周りの子供たちの中では一番最初に補助輪が取れたんだ。ちょっと練習しただけでスイスイ自転車に乗れるようになって、
You good work, kid.
まだ幼稚園の頃の話だよ。
Sensing the sadness in that proud voice, I nod.
すごいですね。
この子は僕よりもすごい登山家になるんじゃないかと確信したよ。それ以来ね、純一は自転車という乗り物に夢中になってしまったんだ。きっと友達の中で最初に補助輪が取れたっていうのがよっぽど嬉しかったんだろうな。だから僕はあの子が9つになった誕生日にギア付きのマウンテンバイクを買ってやって。だがその自転車が良くなかった。あんなものを買ってやらなきゃよかった。
Closing his eyes, he slowly shakes his head. Regret fills his face.
新しい自転車にはしゃいだ純一は転んでしまったんだ。
まさかその事故で。
いや、足を単純骨折しただ。
Oh, of course. So he was in the hospital when. Yeah, okay. That made I figured.
頭を打ったかもしれないということで一応検査入院をすることになったが翌日には元気に戻ってくるはずだった。
Yomigi opens his eyes, then looks at me. To me, it seems he's holding down his anger by force.
戻ってくるはずだったんだ。でも純一はそのまま。
Yomigi averts his eyes. Then he utters only a few
殺さ
words.
れたんだ。病院で。
殺された？
Oh, who by?
ああ、
And then from his mouth comes that name I know so
犬
well.
伏恵子という。
My breath catches in my throat. Killed by Inubushi Keiko, the son of Yomigi, Junichi-kun, in Awazumi Municipal Hospital? By Inubushi Keiko? I try to recall the file. Certainly among the victims, there was an elementary school kid who would have been around Uni's age if he were still alive. That was... An icy wind suddenly blows across the snowfield. Am I trembling because of that wind or because of the truth I've just heard?
違う、そうじゃない。僕が殺したんだ。間接的にね。
Oh, man. Oh, you need to see a therapist.
僕があんなものプレゼント
Because
しなければよかった。
this is guilt that you need to unpack. He throws away his cigarette, crushing it in
そ
vexation.
れだけじゃない。あの子は一人で入院することを怖がってた。一日だけなんだから僕がついてあげていればよかったんだ。 そうすれば、そうすれば。
Yomagi tramps on the cigarette many times, venting the anger he can't suppress many times. As he does, it seems the waves of emotions overwhelm him. His features begin to change. This isn't the Yomagi of just a little while ago, but surely the personified rage and despair of a parent who had killed his son. Don't throw that on him. That's not his fucking fault. I'm troubled over what I should say, and in the end, all I can manage are trite words, even though I know they won't be any comfort.
ヨモギさんのせいじゃないですよ。
Is Yomagi ashamed that I saw him angry? He stops, and a fleeting smile crosses his face. No, on the edge of my seat. Kokoro is never wrong, so it must be his fault. Kokoro's always fucking wrong. Except in this instance, I guess of saying to him, it's not your fault. Not that that's gonna fucking do anything, I guess, you know.
すまない。
Then Yomagi mutters as if speaking to himself.
だからカリーともうまくいかなかったんだ。
カーリー？
Hearing the familiar name, I involuntarily repeat it.
あ、いや、僕の妻だよ。子供を溺愛していた妻はね、息子が殺された事実に耐えきれず、心を病んでしまった。僕も自分を責め続けていたから、二人ともおかしくなってしまったんだ。彼女は心の病気で入院してしまったが、僕は今日の墓参り、彼女と一緒に行きたかった。
And what, she died in the crash?
それで
Oh,
病
no.
院に迎えに行こうとしてたんだが、でもこのありさまだ。
As if scoffing at the situation he's found himself in, Yomagi looks around. At the scenery of the shelter cabin, shut away in the snow.
人生はままならないな。
The name Kali and being hospitalized for heart sickness, it makes me feel uneasy. Though I hesitate at first, I ask him.
ひょっとして奥さんの名字って内海さんです。
Yomagi opens his eyes in
そ
surprise.
の通りだが、どうして？ああ、そうか。あのファイルに書いてあったんだな。
Nope. Yomagi nods, agreeing with himself. The truth is, I came across her in Sphia. Let's not go into that. I hesitate to burden Yomagi, who's still grieving for his son, with the story of a strange
名
phenomenon.
字が違うんですね。
ああ、結婚した当初はカーリーもヨモギの姓を名乗ってた。だけど、ほら、2008年に夫婦別姓が認められただろう。
It's come back. It's full circle.
はい、そうでしたね。
I faintly recall the talk I had with Uni about dual surnames.
カーリーは精神的にも経済的にも自立した女性だった。だからその時、彼女にヨモギの姓を名乗らせ続けることを強要せず、どちらの姓にするかを選ばせたんだ。そして彼女は内海の姓に戻すことを選んだ。彼女はハーフなんだ。日本名である内海に愛着を持ってたのさ。
Yomagi slaps his cheeks with both his hands.
さてと。
Saying that, Yomagi sighs, picking up a handful of snow and uses it to wash his face, scrubbing at it over and over again.
物資も相当厳しくなってきた。薪も食料もすぐに尽きるだろう。これからのことも話し合わないとな。暗い顔なんかしてる暇はないな。
ヨモギさん。
小屋に戻ろう。体が冷える。
Yomagi pushes at my back and enters the cabin. His expression has gone back to normal, like it was already nothing. But still, I catch sight of them. The small tears suspended in Yomagi's eyes. Oh, the feeling you believe in. May I ask why I'm still doing this? It's because this is the control I still hold, okay? We're back to Q. Returning to the cabin, Yomagi first takes out the satellite phone and dials somewhere. He most likely wants to try it out one more time in hopes that by some slight chance it'll work. And it does. Here it is.
ダメ
Damn.
ですか
Muttering in annoyance, Yomugi lowers the phone. It doesn't connect, as I expected.
こうなればやむを得ないな。
Yomugi looks over his surroundings.
みんな集まってくれ。大事な話がある。
He says so with a serious face.
で
Mayuzumi, wrapped up in a blanket in front of the stove as usual, asks in a disappointing voice.
要するに何が言いたいわけ？
説明した通りだよ。これからはできるだけ節約していく。
As their supplies are becoming limited, Yomugi starts discussing what we should do from this point on. Yuni, still half asleep, is looking at us drowsily, and Mayuzumi is being as defiant as always. Even so, Yomugi patiently continues his explanation. According to him, the current situation requires us to be quite stringent. All the firewood has already been split, and it's doubtful that it'll last until nightfall. And if we continue to keep the lantern turned on all day like we have before, it'll run out of fuel by tomorrow. Our remaining food supply is more serious. We've already reached the bottom of our freeze-dried food, and all that's left are literally emergency rations. Specifically, there are only 2 cans of hardtack and 1 bar of chocolate remaining. That's it. From there, Yomugi begins proposing ways we can start rationing our remaining supplies. I become anxious. What Yomugi is suggesting is probably right, but if it's still this cold even when we're using the stove, if we turn it off, just what kind of cold will we have to endure? Moreover, we have a physically weak child in this cabin.
つまり死ねってこと？
Mayuzumi makes a cynical remark.
節約して食べ物も燃料も残したまま凍え死ねってことよね。
前泉、分かってくれよ。
わかるわけないでしょ。もしかしたら明日にでも助けが来るかもしれないじゃないの。
We could, and we'll be alive if we ration it first.
もしかしたらあと1週間待っても助けは来ないかもしれないよ。
As Mayuzumi swallows her words in irritation, Yomugi talks to her in a calm tone.
僕も本当はもっと早く救助が来ると思ってたよ。だから節約は最小限にしてた。何せ飛行機事故だ。消息を絶った時点で大規模な捜索活動が行われるはずだろう。それなのに救助がやってこない。ひょっとしたら何か不都合があって救助隊が僕らを見つけられないのかも。
The solar winds!
何よ不都合って。
それはわからんよ。
They can't track the GPS of the plane.
だが何事も最悪の状況を想定して考えるべきだ。この場合の最悪の状況とは救助隊の到着がもっと遅れることだ。
Yes, the solar winds.
僕はここにいる4人が少しでも長く生きているために必要なことをしよう。そう言っ
Yes!
ているんだよ。
Mayuzumi is no rebuttal for that. Clucking her tongue once softly, she falls silent.
無駄だよ。
Oh, Yuni suddenly mumbles. And we're being looked at again from Yuni's perspective.
僕たちは死んじゃうんだ。
Yuni mutters disinterestedly, appearing far detached from the situation. Again, Yuni's talking strangely. Goosebumps suddenly form on my arms. It really feels like there's something strange in Yuni's behavior.
過去に1月17日にね。
ねえユニどうしてそんなこと言うの？
I can't help but ask, and then Yuni smiles
だって
unpleasantly.
新聞に書いてあったじゃん。
He's talking about the fake newspaper dated July 4th.
なんだそのことか。
Yomugi laughs bitterly, and I let out a laugh mingled with a sigh. On the other hand, Mayuzumi's eyebrow twitches.
ガキのくだらないジョークに付き合ってる暇はないのよ。
First justified Mayuzumi crash out.
冗談じゃないってば。新聞にちゃんと書いてあるだろ。
はいはい。お子様は黙ってて。
チェ、もういいよ。
Yunie's lips form a pout, and he turns away in sudden displeasure. Yomigi clears his throat once in order to change the atmosphere.
さて
Now we're from Yomigi's perspective.
特に食料に関してはいろいろと厄介なことが起こるのもまずいから僕が管理することにしようと思う。残りの食料の分量や君たちの体調を考えながら僕が食事を配分するよ。
On hearing that, a scoff escapes Mayuzumi's lips, and she sneers at Yomigi.
ははなるほどね。そういうこと。
なんだ
あんた独り占めしようって魂胆でしょ。
え
とぼけるんじゃないわよ。管理するって言っといて一人でこっそり食べる気ね。私たちには食べ物を回さずにさ。
True, Yomigi has been just completely not trustworthy this whole time. He hasn't done anything for us. Not at all.
そりゃ自分が管理するって言いたくなるわ。ああ、私も管理したい。
She says in a mocking tone.
なんでそうなるんだ
As expected, Yomigi returns her glare. It's a sharp look I would have never imagined coming from the normally lighthearted Yomigi. Unsurprisingly, Mayuzumi is also pushed back by its intensity.
何よ。全部お見通しなのよ。偉そうに仕切らないでよ。
ここでは僕がリーダーだ。従ってもらう。
勝手に決めないで。誰がいつ決めたっての？
Can we hold a vote?
山での経験は僕が一番ある。体力も一番ある。それ以外にどんな理由が必要だ？
ふざけんな。あんたの思い通りにはさせないわよ。
Oh, soy, she's absolutely fucking insufferable. Mayuzumi really has the vigor to counter Yomigi at any given time. I can't do anything but watch over them nervously. Suddenly, as I think
あ
that,
んたもそう思うよね。
Mayuzumi takes a different approach.
じゃないでしょ。可愛くぶっちゃって。この男の好きなようにさせる気？
Yomigi looks at me. Oh, not this music. That's what I was saying day 1. And now it's day 4. As if intending to decide who's in the right by majority rule, they wait for me to speak. Oh, I wanted to vote. I'll save. I know that I'll probably need to do both. We're running out of save files. I think Yomigi's right.
私はヨモギさんが正しいと思います。助かりたいのならヨモギさんに従うべきです。
Strange how it put up the choice menu but only gave us one option. A snort of discontent comes from Mayuzumi's nose.
何よ。この男に取り入ろうっていうの？
Yes.
私はただ
前から思ってたけど、あんたたちってずいぶん仲良さそうじゃない？
Oh, you're an insufferable bitch.
できてんの？
まゆずみさん、いくらなんでも失礼。
うるさい。
Mayuzumi doesn't intend to listen to my words.
二人でグルになって何企んでんのよ。
How to get out of here? It's no good. Being driven into a corner in such a dire situation, Mayuzumi is beginning to see suspicious going-ons everywhere. She won't believe anyone now. Like this, whatever we say will be
あゆず
useless.
み落ち着いてくれ。君がそんな態度を続けるならこっちもそれ相応の手段に出なきゃいけなくなる。
Mayuzumi gulps and begins to tremble. Turning pale, she takes a step back.
何それ？殺す気？
With a disturbingly unusual atmosphere for him, Yomigi takes a single step towards Mayuzumi. An alarm goes off inside my heart. There's no way, I think, but Yomigi, what are you?
前にも言ったはずだ。雪山ではたった一人の勝手な行動がチーム全体を死に追いやると。もしも君がバカな真似を続けるなら僕はチームを守るために個人を切り捨てる。
それ 脅し
I hope to God it's a promise.
脅しじゃないさ。ルールだ。
Oh, beautiful. Quietly, from the forcible oppression hanging in the air, I feel the vaguest sense of something terrible in Yomagi. If he's seriously planning on enforcing the rule he just mentioned, I won't be able to oppose him either. Because there's nothing that would stop or keep him from enforcing this rule against only Mayuzumi.
ふざけんな
Yeah, I know. It's gonna backfire and it's gonna be terrible, and then we're gonna do her, and then her way's gonna backfire and be terrible. And then we're gonna get a secret third option where we take control of the situation. Not noticing my anxiety at all, Mayuzumi explodes.
あんたが一番危ないじゃねえか
Her face flushing crimson, she clings on to the same argument recklessly. Her thin hand strikes Yomagi's broad chest. As Yomagi staggers, a cup on the table falls with a loud noise. The chilled coffee in it is thrown to the floor.
やめてよ。喧嘩はダメだよ。
This is bad. Like this, things between us will only get more and more strained, even though the team's harmony is essential for our own survival. Damn it. I mean, at some point, I'm just gonna have to use the skip function and start at the days. We wouldn't stop her physically. Just yell stop it.
やめてください。
I shout. However, her blood is rushed to her head, and Mayuzumi refuses to stop. Somehow I figured. She makes a grab for Yomagi.
ダメだってば。ここで怪我したら全部が台無しになるんだよ。
Uni clings to Mayuzumi's waist.
邪魔なんだよガキが
She easily shakes him off, stumbling. Uni slams into the table. Shaken by the impact, the can of biscuits is knocked over and rolls onto the floor. The can compresses, and the lid pops open. Everyone gasps. We think that the food is spilled. However, the lid is only cracked. The contents are still safe. Mayuzumi glares at Uni and spits out stinging
ユ
words.
ニのせいで食料がダメになるとこじゃない
Yomagi silently Alright. Yomagi silently approaches Mayuzumi, who's grabbed Uni by the collar. In a flash, Yomagi's hand moves and slaps Mayuzumi across the cheek. Mayuzumi's movements come to a stop. Quietly, I look at Mayuzumi's facial expression. Pressing a hand to her reddened cheek, Mayuzumi stands there dumbfounded.
すまない。
While staring at the hand that he slapped her with, Yomagi apologizes. However, he continues in a strong
だから
tone.
こんな時にわがままはやめてくれよ。命がかかってるんだ。
Frustrated, she bites her lip and turns her face away. Just like that, she quietly walks towards the bed and wraps herself up. Her back to us.
くそ。
Mayuzumi's shoulders tremble.
分かってくれよ、真泉。僕はみんなのことを考えて言ってるんだ。
In the end, the management of the food supply is entrusted to Yomagi. As for me, I don't really intend to object. Yomagi's an expert in handling snowy mountains, so entrusting this to him should be the best choice. If we follow him, the chances of us surviving will be higher. I tell myself that, but something is giving me a vague sense of unease. Why is it? I look over my surroundings. Yomagi stares grimly at the flames inside the stove, unmoving. I mean, he already told us he's going to abandon us if he thinks everything's over. As a joke, but he'll probably do it. Uni is crying, trying to stifle his sobs. His teddy bear, clutched in his arms, squeaks as though crying together with him. Mayuzumi, with her back to us, has put a blanket over her head. The blanket faintly trembles. It's a savage, unbearable atmosphere. Although it had never been perfect, the situation that had more or less been all right until now has suddenly gone to hell. In such a state, are we really going to survive and return alive? Please, I close my eyes and pray. Please, someone hurry up and save us. Afterward. Is that a new scene? Okay. Cool. Yomagi breaks the table with an axe. The stockpile of firewood in the storeroom has finally run out. The table, which we'd placed food on and eaten it several times before, is being transformed into firewood.
なんだか寂しいね。
I nod at Uni's words.
でも生きていくためには仕方がないよ。
Yomagi piles up the broken table in front of the stove.
テーブルと棚を全部薪にしても明日の朝まで持つかどうかだな。
Mayuzumi, who's only ever sat around in bed and given out orders, let out a shrill scream.
何よそれ。外に木が生えてたじゃない。あれ切ってきなさい。
生木が燃えるかよ。もし無理に燃やせば僕たちはいぶされて死んでしまう。
それじゃどうする気？
君の嫌いな節約をして過ごすしかない。
After food, it's fuel. I've had enough quarreling. I dread Mayuzumi getting angry. However, Mayuzumi doesn't complain any further, instead choosing to wrap herself up in her blanket. It's bright outside the window. It's slightly warmer than night because the sun is still shining. However, when night falls, the mountain will become hell. Omagi has said so.
脅すわけじゃないが、冬山の寒さってのは正真正銘かけねなしの死神だ。
The Grim. Is that the Grim Reaper? That's the fucking line. That's what got us on the sidetrack. Is that the Grim Reaper? The Grim Reaper is waiting outside the cabin with his scythe in hand. With night coming on, with the fire on the verge of burning out, with our physical strength running short. After that, several hours pass. I haven't body swapped in a while. Curious. Oh, well, okay. Speaking of. What the fuck? I'm kneeling atop the snow. Oh, that's not good. We're about to get fucking cartel executed. Artificial personality exchange. Oh, that's almost an A. Artificial personality exchange. I'm kneeling atop the snow. This is Sphia. I'm at the wall that surrounds Sphia. Looks like I jumped again. I can see Utsumi's back moving further away into the distance. She's walking towards the building. What was Satoru doing out here with Utsumi? Cold. I want to return to my room quickly. I stand up and run to catch up to Utsumi.
Utsumi-san! 待ってください! 戻るなら一緒に戻りましょうよ!
Utsumi suddenly stops walking and turns around. My heart stops too. There's nothing that can be called an expression on her face. She looks at me with with eyes that appear as if they're staring at a rock that's rolled onto the side of the road. Never seen Utsumi like this before. Just what did Satoru do?
何？まだ邪魔する気なの？
I told you this was coming back. Get in the way? What is she talking
そっ
about?
ちがその気なら、私にも考えがあるわ。あなたには迷惑をかけないつもりだったけれど。
Her voice is a sinister resonance, as if resounding from the bottom of hell itself.
邪魔って。ちょっと待ってください。私、何が何やら。サトルと何かあったんですか？喧嘩とか。
Utsumi narrows her eyes and stares at me.
その口調。冬川さん？
ええ、そうですけど。
そうだったの。
I really don't like the way she flips. Utsumi's expression softens. I'm a little relieved. No, you should not be. At the same time, doubts cross my mind once again. Says the person body swapping? Yeah, but like, if you... I'm not like... I'm not telling people, well, maybe Satoru is, but like, you better not get my way. Oh, Fuyakawa-san, hi. Guys will look at a woman act like this and go, mommy, sorry.
Satoru と
Nothing happened with Satoru. Don't worry about it. I repeat the same question.
いいえ、なんでもないわ。
This is suspicious.
なんでもないことがあっただけ。
I don't believe you.
さあ、戻りましょう。いつまでもこんなところにいたら風邪をひくわ。
Parasite gif. Utsumi pushes my back and urges me to return to my room. Utsumi and I walk side by side. As we do, neither of us speak. For some reason, an awkward atmosphere fills the air between us. As I thought, something did happen after all. But I can't ask what it was. Somehow I feel that it's a very private matter. So I decide to change the subject.
何？内海さんは結婚してらっしゃるんですか？
After an almost lonely expression crosses her
してい
face.
たわ。旦那はもう亡くなってしまったけれど。
もし
Yes.
差し支えなければでいいんですが、どんな旦那さんだったんでしょうか？
とても優しい人。けれど強い人。登山家だったんだけど、彼自身も山のような懐の深い男性だったわ。
I wonder if we know anybody like this.
登山家？
As I thought, Utsumi and Yomugi were married.
もしあなたが本当に冬川心さんだったら会っているかもしれないわね。誠治はあの飛行機事故で死んでしまったから。
I've met him. I'm still talking with him even now. I feel I can tell her this. However, that would only bring her sadness. I try asking something
旦那
else.
さんを愛していたんですか？
いいえ、
Oh? Utsumi slowly shakes her head.
愛していたというのは間違い。今も
Oh.
愛しているわ。
Oh, okay, never mind. She says it so painfully, but her face once again breaks into a warm smile.
ごめんなさいね。暗いこと話しちゃって。
いいえ、私の方こそ立ち入ったこと聞いてすみません。
I went on a roller coaster in that little ride, yeah. Utsumi wraps her arms around my head and hugs me. Like holding her own child, a strong but gentle embrace. Utsumi's scent is soft and sweet, making me feel dizzy. After letting go of my body, Utsumi's tone becomes cheerful, as if her mood is improved.
そうそう。部屋の空気を入れ替えた方がいいわよ。寒くてもたまには換気をしなきゃダメ。空気清浄機能が働いているとはいえ、新鮮な空気は必要だわ。
わかりました。戻ったらそうします。
ええ。
We're in front of the entrance before I know it.
それじゃ。
Saying that, Utsumi disappears ahead into the building. At that moment, I finally notice. For some reason, Utsumi is barefoot. Frostbitten by the cold snow, her ankle is swollen and turned a deep red. Something is happening, something that I don't know about. That's how it feels. I return to my room and decide to ventilate it, just as Utsumi said. I throw open the window. Cold air rushes into the room. Unintentionally, I shudder. I confirm the time. 4:06 p.m. But 10 minutes have passed from the time the transfer took place until I reached the room, so this transfer occurred at 3:56. Sitting on the bed, I heave a deep
こ
sigh.
んな偶然ってあるの？
A man who boarded the same plane and experienced the same accident as me, Yomugi Seiji. The woman I met while experiencing the mysterious phenomenon of the personality exchange, Utsumi Kali. Mantra. Amazingly, the two of them are married. Is that simply a coincidence? I don't think this is something that can be explained away by chance, but is rather due to a larger force at work. Feels like something is going to happen, as if someone has plotted everything. But who is that someone? Is it God? Incidentally, I've heard of something like this before. The primordial age, when there was no life on Earth. There was only soups of amino acid in the ocean, which were the origins of life. Eventually, those amino acids began to chain together, and thus life was born. However, even if the conditions of the original ocean are recreated inside a test tube, it seems that as far as the creation of life is concerned, it never goes very well. It said that the creation of life by the union of drifting amino acids occurred by a coincidence of astronomical probability. The words of the scientist to explain this oddly struck with me. If we assume that God exists, then it may be that the one who gave birth to life by assembling these amino acids should be thought of as God. The phenomenon that I'm experiencing right now may have a probability of occurring as low as the beginning of life itself. However, I can't think of this coincidence as being caused by anything other than someone's deliberate actions. Not only because of the coincidence of Yomugi and Utsumi being married, but because the coincidences keep on occurring one after another. The son from Yomugi's marriage, Junichi, was killed 2 years ago today by Inubushi Keiko, and now Inubushi Keiko is right here, in Svea, living alongside Utsumi. And for all this to occur by coincidence would just be too much, and too sad, I think. Utsumi thinks that girl is Suzukage Hotori, believing that she dedicated herself to taking care of her. But in reality, she's Inubushi Keiko, the deplorable enemy of her son. What would she think if she found out the truth? As if deflating my chest, I let out a deep breath. If God exists, then it's being cruel, and it's an innocently ignorant cruelty, like that of a child who catches insects to pull their legs off. I find myself praying that Utsumi doesn't realize Suzukage Hotori is really Inubushi Keiko. But when she does find out, I don't know what will happen, but there's almost no doubt that it'll be disastrous. By the way, here's what I think. I don't think there's any mistaking that Suzukage Hotori is really Inubushi Keiko. Hotori is one of the DID personalities who dwells within Inubushi Keiko. I think that's been proven by her testimony. She used the metaphor of a dark room, and there have been occasions where other personalities appeared, so there's no two ways about it. It's just that in Inubushi Keiko's case, except for the original personality in Suzukage Hotori, I don't know the names of the other personalities. It's difficult to guess which personality she is now, as she hasn't told me her name. I can only deduce it from her behavior. Moreover, her DID personality changes aren't signaled by any actions and occur abruptly. It's the same as when Yuni told me that the instant I returned from Yukido Satoru's body to Fuyukawa Kokoro's, there's no alteration whatsoever. To confirm a personality change from outward appearances alone is difficult. I don't think I've met any of the personalities except for the one named Hotori. But in reality, there may have been a period when she was Inubushi Keiko, or when I met the personality of the murderer that killed Junichi without realizing it. There's even a possibility that the personality of the murderer will go unnoticed until the moment it attacks someone. I look at my left arm, which has been injured by someone, and shudder. At the same time... Bonk, bonk.
Satoru, ちょっといい?
Yuni's head pops out from behind the door. He's wearing an amiable smile.
サトル、どうして窓なんか開けてるの？寒いじゃん。
He quickly jumps to the window and shuts it with great force. Rubbing his upper arms, he shivers
どう
slightly.
かしたの？何かよ。ラジオのことなんだけどさ。え？何か気になることでもあった？
The smile on Yuni's face is replaced with a troubled
こ
expression.
の口調って今は心なの？まあいいか。もしもサトルの中にいるのが本当に心だったら関係あることだし。
Okay.
関係あるってどういうこと？
Yuni moves next to me on the bed, sitting close enough for our shoulders to touch. He shows me the
さ
radio.
っきからラジオ聞いてるんだけど
Oh no.
おかしいんだ。どこが？僕が飛行機で落っこちたのって4日前なんだけど。
And then not talking about it?
もっとニュースでやっててもいいはずなのに全然放送してないの？
Yuni switches the radio on. He twists the tuning knob. The song starts to play from the radio. It's a popular singer's hit song from the Red and White Song Contest at the end of last year, 2010.
さっきから1時間以上聞いてるのにずっとこんな感じなんだよ。いろんなラジオ局聞いてみたけど大体同じ。飛行機事故って大事件なんだからもっと放送してもいいはずだよ。
Thank you, Mike.
それって変だね。でしょ？
An airplane accident is a big deal. You'd think they would broadcast more about it on the news. And of course, 4 days have passed since the accident occurred. It's an event that's likely to be all over the news. They shouldn't have found a single survivor. But they shouldn't have found a single survivor yet. Obviously, because we're still in the shelter cabin. However, the news is yet to even touch upon it. So what does this mean? Annoyed, Uni shuts off the radio. I bite my lip lightly.
テレビもねダメなんだよ。
墜落事故のニュースやってないの？
There's a television in the living
違
area.
うよ。あのテレビ変な映像しか映らないんだ。川のせせらぎとか森の中で小鳥がピーチクとか
Surely that will play a role.
変なお坊さんがありがたいお話してくれたりとかね。なんだよあれ。全然役に立たないし。
Now that he mentions it, I feel like it was the same when I tried it yesterday. Wondering what's going on, it suddenly dawns on me. This is Sophia, the specified psychiatric hospital for isolation and ages. They probably don't show regular broadcasting in order to prevent mentally ill patients from becoming overly stimulated. They show environmental broadcasting in order for them to not feel confined even when shut in by the snow for the winter. Would being preached to by a priest really do an unruly patient any good? Uni impatiently stares at the radio.
心のこと知りたかったのに。
The Kokoron that he's talking about doesn't refer to me. He's probably worried about the well-being of the Fuyukawa Kokoro trapped in the shelter cabin. I try asking Uni once
ユニは
again.
飛行機事故のこと覚えてるんだよね。
忘れたくても忘れられないよ。
事故が起きたのはいつのこと？何年？何月？何日？
Wearing a slightly unpleasant expression, Uni answers my question.
2011年1月11日だよ。一応は心のつもりなんでしょ。当たり前のこと聞かないでよね。
Stands up
本
angrily.
気だかなんだか知らないけど、僕は本気で心を心配してるんだよ。僕を惑わせないでよね。
I don't think I'm trying to confuse you. I'm just trying to get all the facts straight for both timelines here, buddy. Which you don't understand because you have no idea that I'm doing this. Spitting out those words like a piece of gum that's lost its flavor, Uni turns on his heels and walks away.
ユニ！
He leaves the room, not responding to my call. He's really worried about me. That much is certain. The Uni that was just here is, without a doubt, the same one who rode beside me on the airplane, and the same one who was beside me when I crashed.
私だって忘れてないよ。
I'm certain that I was grasping Uni's hand inside the airplane as it crashed. Even now, I can still clearly remember the feeling of his small hand trembling in mine. The Uni from just now and I both experienced the plane crash together on January 11th, 2011. So what does this mean? Did the Uni from just now, the Uni at Sphia, jump here right after the accident? If so, who is the Uni presently at the shelter cabin? After thinking it over for a while, I reached a single
ユニ
hypothesis.
はやっぱり人格交換してるんだ。
On the second day, even though I talked about what foods I liked at Sphia, the Uni at the shelter cabin knew about it. From that, I deduced that Uni was undergoing personality exchanges as well, maybe teleportation. At that time, I didn't know that the time periods between Sphia and the shelter cabin were different, so that deduction was abandoned. But in regards to the Uni, when considering the entangled time periods, I think the intricately wound thread has begun to unwind. Putting aside the radio and the newspaper for now, you can guess the year from people's testimonies. At Sphia, the ones who said it was the year 2011 were Hotori and Uni. However, it feels like I can discard those two testimonies. Hotori, Inabushi Keiko, has the ID, so it's possible that she isn't aware of what year it is. After all, there's even a child personality dwelling inside her. It wouldn't be odd for her sense of what year it is to be off. Then there's Uni. From the conversation with him before, I can't think of any other explanation than him transferring here immediately after the accident. And therefore, his statement that this is the year 2011 is a given. The statements from Satoru and Utsumi that this is the year 2012 are correct. If you exclude the radio that broadcast it being 2011, and if you exclude the two key pieces of data that we have that break this, it's obvious. If you exclude the radio that broadcasts it being 2011 and the newspaper that has information about the future written on it, in the world of Sphia, it's 2012. In the world of the shelter cabin, it's 2011, is what it means. Satoru and I are under the assumption that our two personalities are jumping through time and space in our exchange. On top of that, I wonder if Uni's personality could be exchanging as well. Unlike us, the 2012 uni and the uni from right after the plane crash are being exchanged, switching back and forth into the same body of Kusuda Uni.
あれこんがらがってきた。ちょっと整理してみよう。
Let's try to trace Uni's movements. First off, Uni was caught up in an airplane crash on January 11th, 2011. It's not the worst it's ever been, but we're like we need more. See, the problem is we need more information that we just like can't seem to glean, right? Because we have, if you ignore one piece of data, right, on either side, you can make the case that either or is either or year, right? Some of them are harder than others, like you have to, I think, get rid of more, but there's usually at least one like thing. The whole uni swapping as well, I could buy that, although I think it's going to be much bigger. But it's hard to the radio is what's fucking with me. The radio and the newspaper. It's almost like it's a mystery game. Yeah, who would have thought? However, I don't know when, but he was saved somewhere. And for some reason or another, the rescued uni was brought to Sphia. And he stayed here until 2012. And this is where it gets complicated, but the future uni at Sphia in 2012 and the past uni that survived the plane crash in 2011 are switching between one another. Right now, the uni here at Sphia is the year 2012. Sorry. The uni here at Sphia in the year 2012 is the uni immediately following the plane crash. And the uni in the shelter cabin right now can be otherwise referred to as the future uni.
でもちょっと待って。私たちは何度も人格を交換してるのに、どうしてユニは一度だけなの？
Unless every time he's acting weird is when it transfers. No, I don't know yet if it was only once. However, it doesn't appear that the personality exchange happens very frequently.
人格交換のルールがいまいちよくわかんないな。
I thought it was a visual novel. I don't know much about visual novels, but definitely not what I expected to be the game. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I guess I'm just used to his other works, so I kind of knew, like, again, a little more of what I was getting into. What an irritating feeling. This is probably what they call the feeling of chewing on sand. However, even though I don't know the rules of the personality exchange, there's one thing I do know.
スフィアは12年、避難小屋は11年って考えるのが一番スマートだよね。
I don't think anybody could really be fully prepared for that one. The contradiction with the newspaper and the radio is yet to be settled, but I should make sure to keep in mind that Sphia is in 2012 and the shelter cabin is in 2011. So with that decided, what should I do
ユニ に
now?
聞いてみるのが。
Oh, I decide to ask whether he's the future uni that's transferred there once I get back to the shelter cabin. Oh, and here I go. I shouldn't have been that surprised. The beginning of ego collapse. By the way, this is where we're going to stop for the night. With myself about deciding if the character was having the whole reaction was not. We did. I mean, we've gained a lot of info. I'm happy with the info we've gained. Little pieces of it are like starting to kind of fall into place, but it's like I have like half of the edge pieces in right now. Right? Still missing quite a lot. We're running out of saves. Cool. Kill that. Game. Then Windows gets really upset and runs a bunch of compatibility mode stuff. Yeah, no, it's okay. You're gonna be all right. And then I put this on. thank you, everyone. I hope you had fun. I know I did. If you're new, hey, consider following. Cool thing you can do. Discord link right there. YouTube for both VODs and edited content. And finally, I'm in the band. Check us out. Oh, man. Can you imagine? Tomorrow, more Remember 11. And then... And then I don't know if I'm streaming Wednesday or not yet. I'll try and let you guys know tomorrow. But I'm definitely not streaming Friday. And we'll be doing Yakuza Kiwami 2 on whatever day I go live for Yakuza Day. Who are we gonna raid? Who are we gonna raid? You guys might be surprised by this choice. Or raid Lady Corgi. I've been enjoying raiding in their streams. Just playing Killer Frequency right now, which I do plan on playing at some point. I think she's far in, but it's fine. And my headset just died, so this is the perfect time. Cool. All right. Thank you all. Have a lovely rest of your night, day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. Please remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll talk to you guys again soon. Peace out and bye for now.